happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner, does the damage.
What's up, guys? Welcome. It is finally time. It is time to kickstart the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa. It is going to be the first one, and we are so excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing into that battlefield. Of course, my name is DK, and I'm not alone. With me is the ever amazing S-Proxy. How are you doing today?
I am doing so great, DK. I've been excited this entire day for tonight. We're kicking off the action for the spring split of the first PMPL Africa. That's huge. That's absolutely huge. I can't wait to see the action.
It is going to be absolutely insane. I mean, we've seen the teams playing in their respective PMCOs. We even have a few teams coming in from PMPL Arabia. And of course, we'll have a little bit of a look to see which of those teams are exactly, as we'll be going through everything as we progress and make our way even closer to the start of that first match. But I got to say, it is quite amazing to be here, to be on the screen, to be in this first PMPL Africa. I mean, the teams, like in fact, everyone has been just yearning for the opportunity to get into these PMPLs, and now the opportunity has come. The teams in Africa as a continent now has the opportunity to show the esports world what they are made of, what they can bring to the battlefield, and why they are a force to potentially look out for.
That's exactly that, and we've talked about this quite a bit behind the scenes. I mean, the experience they're getting from this, that little bit of taste of, okay, playing against, the MENA teams, playing against, the Arabia teams, coming through with all of that experience. I mean, some of the teams, made it all the way up to PMCG. Like, they've got the experience, and they're going to be bringing in that flavor we talk about into the action, and they're going to get onto the same lobby as these experienced teams, and they're going to show themselves what they're made of. And as you said, maybe a force to be reckoned with. We're going to have to wait to find out.
Yep, only time will tell where these teams are going to try and push themselves up to. And as you've mentioned rightly so, we've seen a few teams make it all the way up into the PMGC, and that, of course, does demand quite a bit to come from these teams. But we've seen our teams come in from PMCO MENA. We've seen teams from our previous PMCO Africa seasons. So there's a lot that is coming into kind of the table here as the teams start making their way in. And of course, we are going to be starting it off today with our first match to see what the teams are going to be bringing. Of course, we have several maps to make our way through, but before we get into that, we have to take a look at our participating teams. As we can see, of course, we have our respective groups on screen. We've got Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D, and then, of course, Group E. Now, starting it off, we've got the Cryptics, we've got Team Darkness, we've got Mad Knight, Team Umbra, Lusail, Unique, we've got the Super Young Stars, Triple Esports, Blackjack Esports, we've got G3 Temper, Team Myth, Zero Tolerance, Intruder Africa, Next Level, 1 Million Esports, we've got SWAT 69, Masters Esports, Slime 4KT, Virtual Gaming, and then, of course, wow, that was a really long list. We've got YONKOUS in there as well. Now, of course, we did see several teams coming through from the qualifiers we had leading up to this event. As well with that, we also had several name changes coming in as well. A little bit of a shuffle coming in there. But of course, first up, we are now going to, or rather next up, we are going to be moving over into our format to see what we have and what to expect for the league play days. Of course, we are going to be starting it off with 20 teams. All 20 teams that we just saw there are going to be playing their way through their 4 respective matches per day. And at the end of these days, we will have the teams then move through into the Super Weekend. Only the top 16 teams from the league play will be making their way up into Super Weekend. Now, as we know, Super Weekend is going to be so important, because that is the only way that the teams will be able to get enough points to make their way up through into those finals. So if you're anyone participating right here, that is where you want to be. You want to make your way into Super Weekend, you want to shine, and then of course make your way into those finals. And of course, speaking about finals, is we got this amazing prize pool as well.
Absolutely huge prize pool coming through for the region. As we've mentioned, not only are you getting some amazing experience, but you are getting an opportunity to take a share of this insanity that is the prize pool. And of course, as you mentioned, Super Weekend, most important weekend for these teams, because those are the only points counting towards getting you into those finals. And a little bit added benefit on top is, of course, getting those winner chicken dinners on the Super Weekend is, of course, going to grant you a little bit of extra to your little prize pool going through there. So all of the teams, I can absolutely guarantee, are going to be gunning for that Super Weekend, as we all would expect them to. 4 teams, unfortunately, would not be making it. So you don't want to be one of those 4 teams that is left behind watching the rest of the action unfold. So hopefully, we're going to be seeing every single one of these teams push their absolute best performance through to get into that Super Weekend. And I mean, DK, we also have to give a bit of a shout out there to one of our sponsors, our first sponsor for the day.
Yeah, of course, we have to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. And I mean, the teams are going to be needing a lot of that energy. Yes, first match,
Oh.
they're going to make their way on into that. Things are going to start off relatively calm and collected. At least that's what I'm expecting to see, right? Because this is going to be the first time that we have all our participating teams, at least out of 4 of the 5 groups, stepping up onto the battlefield, showing us what they are going to be bringing potentially in for the remainder of the league play. Now, what I'm quite curious to kind of see is how the teams are going to be changing their formats, changing their approaches as they move not only from the first match, but also moving from the first day into that second day of league play.
Yeah. So I mean, we spoke a little bit about it off camera. Of course, there's this thing about holding some of your best, your best plays, your best strategies in the bag to really surprise some of the teams. But there's the extra little added benefit and little added pressure that if you're not performing at your best, you're not getting anywhere. You're not going to get into that Super Weekend. You're not going to get that opportunity to get a winner chicken dinner. And then what? What are you keeping those strats for? So this is where we were talking about it, that decision making here. Okay, do we push for this? Like the same thing in any sort of game. Do we take this control? Do we rotate around? Do we focus on rotations? Do we focus this fight and get some valid kill points here? Because we know those kill points make a huge difference coming through to the final scores. All of that decision making is going to culminate into who is going to be the best teams. That's what makes a fantastic team, is a team that can make those decisions on the fly and make sure that they are the remaining champions getting that winner chicken dinner. So I'm keen. I just want to see how this is going to unfold. Like I said, I've been excited this entire day to see the first day, because we have some stats, we have some information about the teams, but we've never seen them, all of these specific teams, on one server, on one map, duking it out.
Yeah, it is going to be absolutely exciting. And of course, as I mentioned before, we've seen some teams come in from the previous seasons of PMPL Arabia. Now, with that, we have Lusail, we've got Cryptics as well, making their way on in. And with that, they bring in a lot of experience to the battlefield. I mean, they've been around the block several times. And we also have other teams that have come relatively close to making it up into the respective PMPL Arabia on the previous seasons as well. But what is so exciting is we've seen the teams really duking it out on the previous PMCOs. We've had PMCO Africa, we've had PMCO MENA as well, just happening last year. And a lot of potential had been shown there by a lot of the teams. And already, as we know, 10 teams came into the PMPL already qualifying for those slots, just based on their performance we had coming in from the previous season. Now, we also had those qualifiers come through, and there was a lot of teams really stepping up, coming in with quite a few surprising players, I've got to say as well. But I'm curious to see what they're going to do, right? Because as we saw on social media as well, we've got 3 teams that could potentially be fighting it out for control of Sanhok when we eventually make our way onto that. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be seeing that today, as we are going to be focusing a little bit more on Erangel and Miramar. But that is going to be a pretty good staple for these teams to try and build up those foundations. And I've said this many, many times before on many different broadcasts, that building strong foundations, especially at the start, is going to be absolutely essential. And of course, speaking about those foundations, oh wait, we do have a little bit of Sanhok right here. There we go. I love the surprises, but of course, we are going to be having a little bit of an Erangel heavy day here today. Erangel in the start, Erangel at the end, and of course, Erangel right there in the middle. But we got to add in a little bit of that Miramar and Sanhok just to try and balance everything out. Now, I don't know about you, Ez, but I'm quite excited to see what the teams are going to be doing with this because, as we know, Miramar is a map that allows for a little bit more of that long-range engagements for teams really to get down and dirty, if you want to put it that way, over the more extended ranges. And then, of course, adding in a little bit of the Sanok, that is where they now have the opportunity to go and get quite aggressive, as there's not really a lot of space for them to kind of maneuver their way about.
Yeah, rotations are much quicker. You also have a lot more in terms of sound cues. I mean, if there's a team taking a fight pretty close by, you've got that information. You can get those third parties coming through, but that's again coming down to the decision making. Do we go for this? Do we not? Do we focus on rotations? Because again, rotations, it's a pretty small map, as alarmingly deceptive it can be sometimes. It is a tiny map when compared to the likes, especially of Miramar and of course of Erangel. And as you mentioned, a very Erangel heavy, and I think we're going to be seeing this for most of PMPL, because if you don't have a fantastic Erangel, you're not getting those points. And
Yep.
so for a lot of the teams, this is where the strategy is going to come in. But of course, Erangel, we all love it. It's our bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. It is, in my opinion, the more balanced map. And it's, in my opinion, one of the maps we see the most. So generally, we do expect these teams to, know a thing or two about Erangel. They should have it set up and they should have it ready. And for Sandhawk and Miramar, that's where the chaos comes in a little bit. So those teams that are fantastic at close quarter combats are going to absolutely thrive on Sandhawk. And those teams that, they get the car shots when they need them, they get the rotations in when they want them. Those are the teams that are going to thrive on Miramar. Those are the teams that are going to be an absolute threat to everyone looking to get some points.
Yeah, and I mean it's going to be quite exciting as we've known. Looking back historically, we have teams that perform exceptionally well on Erangel. We've got teams that perform like absolute beasts when it comes to Miramar, and the same, of course, goes for Sanhok. But we've actually had the opportunity to speak to a few of the teams and ask them what their kind of thoughts are coming into this. And a lot of the feedback that I was getting from these teams were that what we saw in the past is not necessarily going to be the same moving into this PMPL. There's a lot of work being put in from the teams trying to kind of strengthen those weaknesses and find ways to better adapt themselves to improve their performances on the respective maps. And I mean, looking at the competition, looking at who they are stacked up against, and that goes for all 20 teams participating, they really have to bring it all if they are looking to be the teams to make it not only into Super Weekend, but also eventually be able to progress up into those finals.
Absolutely. And we've said it time and time and time again. It's that work that teams put in behind the scenes that really start to show in the later halves. I mean, we've had many teams that, you and I personally have casted in other events. We've seen them struggle a lot in the beginning. And then all of a sudden, that hard work starts to pay off. And they are getting winner chicken dinners like it's no one's business, making it all the way into PMPL Africa. I mean, it's a beautiful journey, and we love to see those stories coming through to fruition. But again, it's those decisions. Are we gonna reveal our best cards right off the bat, or are we gonna wait? Like you said, that first map might be a little bit more of a getting to know your groups, getting to know who you're up against, and then we'll be seeing the action slightly ramp up as we end off to the rest of the maps for tonight. So I think it's going to be a good one. And again, we do have to thank another special company for allowing us to be here.
And that, of course, well, is going to be the people over at Oppo. Right now, as we know, with upgraded performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series. If you're wondering what it looks like, it is the one that we can see right over here, of course. The designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, it is great to see so many endemic brands and also non-endemic brands actually getting involved in these events. And this really aids in pushing esports as a brand forward in an amazing region like Africa, because I'm quite excited to see what kind of growth is now going to start to come into this region. I mean, we've been yearning for more action and more events and more exposure to come into the Africa region. And I mean, having this event is going to be absolutely amazing because the teams are now presented with those opportunities. They can show the rest of the international world why Africa is a place to watch. And I gotta say, is like we're making our way closer and closer to the start of this first match, right? As we saw, it is going to be Erangel. Now, Do you think that there's going to be any particular things to look out for? Because I personally think that the teams are just going to try and kind of, dip their toes in the water, trying to get a feel of what the opposition is potentially bringing to the battlefield.
That's the thing. As we mentioned, this is the first time we're seeing all of these specific teams on one lobby together. Yes, some of the teams might be familiar with each other, especially coming through from the qualifiers, because that's where we had, majority of our teams coming through. But for other teams, they're like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm playing against yet. I don't know how it's going to be when I get on that lobby and I take that first initial engagement. So yeah, I definitely think that there's going to be a little bit more passive play coming through. There's going to be, as you said, dipping their toes in the water, getting more information on their opponents. I mean, we might have teams, like Cryptics who, started off and they're like, I'm going to go for this. Next map coming through, there's going to be a different Cryptics coming through. But maybe, the Slime 4KT is going to come through. Maybe some of the other teams are really going to surprise them and they might have to rethink their strategy. Again, this is all the next 2 days. The days of league play is to get you into Super Weekend. The points you accumulate in league play, they just get you to Super Weekend. Super Weekends, those points get you through to the finals. So those are the absolutely crucial points. So for some of the teams, they might do just enough to get them into Super Weekend, and that's where they really showcase everything. That's where they put the foot to the pedal, and they just absolutely go for it. So we'll see.
Yeah. And of course, a nice added bonus on top of that is that they're also going to be getting an additional cash prize per chicken dinner, right? So there's also that extra incentive for teams to push even harder, to step up those performances, to bring in these absolutely fantastic performances and plays. So, Super Weekend is going to be exciting. But before we get ahead of ourselves, right, we have to focus on today. I mean, it is day one. We are waiting to get into our first match of the day, waiting to see what are we going to be having with regards to those flight paths, where the teams are going to be going. And we do know that the teams, of course, had a few test plays or test runs on the maps just to kind of, make sure everything is configured properly and everything is working the way it should be. But I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have a few hot drops potentially coming out, as we do know that there's going to be 16 teams stepping up. And of course, we are going to be having the players there from Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D stepping up onto the battlefield first, after which we're going to be rotating out each of those teams. So Team E is sitting out for now. Next up, Team D is going to be sitting out. Then we'll have C, B, and then Group A sitting out. So everyone will have their chance, will have the opportunity to kind of prove to us what they can bring. And it does seem like we are maybe getting ever closer to kicking it off. We do have a little bit of action potentially coming in towards that plane. So, I mean, you want to make any predictions as to who you think is going to be stepping up in this first match?
You're putting me in the hot seat here, but yeah. I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye out for Cryptics. I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye out for, some of the local favorites like Slime 4KT. They are teams that we've seen time and time again do some absolutely amazing work. And you, DK, it's your turn.
Well, I'll have to agree with you on Slime 4KT. As we know, they've won one of the previous seasons of PMPL Africa. Then also we had the players from YONKOUS, I believe, also walking away with one of those victories. But it's going to be interesting to see how the teams that have participated in the previous 2 seasons of PMPL Africa, wow, I can't speak today, are going to be mashing up when they meet teams like Cryptics, teams like, for instance, Lusail, even the players coming through from Team Umbra, who we saw bringing in a really, really strong performance coming through in those qualifiers. But of course, then we also have the players coming in from G3 Temper. They've also been quite a formidable foe, as well as the players coming in from Blackjack, which we saw also in the qualifiers stepping up to the plate, coming in with those performances and making their way straight up in towards that. So a lot of potential things that could come from this, and a lot of speculation also is going to come still from this. But as we look onto our flight path and our map, we can see that we are starting all the way over towards that eastern side over at the Novo power plant direction, and of course making our way right across towards Georgia Ball. So a relatively decent flight path to start it off here with, but now we got to wait to see what that first zone's going to bring.
Yeah, I feel like this flight path really gives a lot of options for some of the teams. I mean, they basically have free reign from the map. But again, like you said, that zone going to be coming through might be putting a little bit of a nail in the coffin for the plans of some of these teams. Because as we know, rotations are a little bit difficult sometimes, especially if you're running through multiple teams. Already a few teams dropping there towards Malta Power. I think 1 or 2 teams going there towards military base. And it's a beautiful spread coming through. I'm still watching to see if we're going to see any initial contention, any initial engagements off the bat. As you mentioned, maybe a few hot drops to start us off on day 1, but so far we are looking pretty nice and scattered. We're looking pretty healthy, so that zone definitely going to be a huge contender and a huge conversation point for us. And okay, I feel like both the plane and the zone is behaving today.
Yeah, it is behaving. I'm not quite sure how it's behaving, but it is behaving in a way, right? Of course, we already see the first casualty coming through on the players there from Team Myths right over on towards Pachinko. They do have a little bit of a contention coming in there, as you've pointed out before. So I'm curious to see what is going to be happening. We were wondering whether or not we're going to have some of that hot drop action come through, and that is, of course, exactly what we see come right up in towards Pachinko. Of course, we do also now see the players there from the Super Young Stars quickly grabbing those vehicles and now starting to make their way a little bit further down towards that ferry pier position. But of course, jumping straight up into the action. This is what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting to see who are going to be the teams to step up. And it is none other than Mad Knight. And of course, the players coming through there from the side of Team Myth. So definitely, an interesting play could be coming from here. I mean, both teams still having relatively decent numbers. Myths, as we saw, already losing the first one. But this is where it now gets quite interesting, and it is going to be quite essential for teams now to try and kind of make it past the looting phase and get into some really strong positioning, because we know the zone, the center zone, is just a little bit further away over towards that eastern side. So Pachinko could, for now, be one of those contention points to be holding, as you know, a lot of teams could potentially be looking rather to rotate around, particularly maybe across towards that church we have up in the north.
Yeah, a little bit of rotations that can come through. They can disengage from this fight as well. Team Miss, obviously, with that number disadvantage, starting it off with 3 instead of 4, might not be so, incredibly keen for a fight off the bat. Maybe they want to get a little bit of revenge depending on how this is going to be going. But for now, it does look like they're going to go for that disengagement, take a rotation rather outside of the danger zone here, which is currently Pachinko, and quite a few of the other teams as well still going through their looting phases here. Maybe we might be seeing them take a little bit more of a high ground there as to the church position, as you were mentioning, holding that rotation line for the time being. But that's going to come down to their decision making. To me, DK, it just seems like they're getting out of this situation. They don't want anything to do with Mad Knights right now.
Yeah, but it's interesting seeing Myths actually pushing a little bit further up on towards the northern side, right? We do have a slight mass migration, if one could call it that, of the players here now, starting to make their way a little bit further away, trying to put a little bit of that distance in between there. And I can respect that, but they should also at the same time look to not open up too much space, right? You still want to kind of have that position to try and potentially play from. But now, as we can see, we do have that that countdown on screen. The first phase is about to start closing on up. And I mean, that big old blue zone is going to start making its way on through. And I mean, of course, now as we look on the screen itself, we can see the players here from G3 Temper dropping in a very usual spot for them. I mean, this is kind of, if you say G3 Temper, this is what I'm kind of seeing, right? I'm seeing them dropping over on towards this eastern bridge. I see them kind of in and around that farm area, and so far, nothing really out of the ordinary. Yes, they do also have the players there from 1 million positioned over on towards that eastern side. But I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have any of those potential bridge camping players coming through as well.
Yeah, that would be a little bit of an interesting one coming through here, because G3 are holding that position right now. They are in perfect contention just to hold that line. They do have another team just off to the side that they might have to deal with, though, if they do intend to, extend their stay there for a little bit. But gatekeeping any of the teams coming through into the zone is a great way to start off with a kill point foundation. Get a couple of kill points in the bag, and then potentially just focus on rotations for the rest of the game and get yourself set up. We still have a few more teams taking rotations into the zone, like Super Young Stars, who are there off to Promosk, who still have to finish up their looting and get into zone. I do see a little bit of a scout coming through from Super Young Stars as well, looking for potentially the team of Triple, who are also still making their rotations through. But still, everyone happy and alive. We still have representation of all of the teams still in this one. There hasn't been any sort of, crazy or chaos going through. So I still think we're going to see that passive gameplay coming through. Some of the teams getting a bit more information as we are to see how these teams are going to be, contesting. How are they going to be competing in this first day of PMPL Africa? So definitely, DK, I think we might be in for a very interesting zone with those rotations coming through. Team Myth, of course, also very, very close to just getting out of that situation. But Team Umbra, and Broly, Wasted and Broly having a little bit of a showdown here. I think they've seen each other. It does seem like Broly is ready and waiting for something to happen. So this I mean, literally just from one fight into the other, this poor team.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a challenging call coming through there from the side of Myth, but it does seem like for the time being at least that Umbra's kind of respecting the space here. They're not pushing up too aggressively on Myth, and now it's all up to Broly to kind of just trying to hold the fort. As we can see, Ramsey was, of course, the first one to get sent right back into that lobby. And I mean, that was, of course, our first elimination. Everyone else still here, still up and running, still ready to go. But we do see now the team starting to converge a little bit more closer to that center zone. And of course, Wasted now just showing us exactly how you are supposed to park a vehicle when you are on the map of Erangel. I mean, this is skill. This is next level.
I want to know how. I want information, but we're talking about Team Myth and Team Umbra. Here come the cavalry. Shadowdown going down now as the rest of the team of Team Myth have come through for a little bit of revenge. They don't want to be the only team with 3 players left alive, and they're prepping nades to go through and get the connection onto Wasted. Broly, the solo man coming through here for Team Myth. I mean, we were talking about a little recon going through, and here he goes, getting 2 confirmations on Team Umbra to start it off. I mean, I thought they were at a disadvantage, DK. What's happened?
Hey, like I said, the teams are going to surprise us, and what a very comfortable kind of push that was coming through from Broly. I mean, Broly just looked so confident, moving up, cooking up that nade, sending it through. Now the cavalry, as you've mentioned, is also now pulled on in. We do see Moomin as well as Farok also now just looking to strengthen this position. And of course, we still have that vehicle parked in its very interesting position. But I think that was kind of the downfall for 2 of the players there, right? Because they were, let's be honest, a little bit distracted by the vehicle parked in such an interesting way.
I would also...
Yeah, I mean, I would probably be out there taking photos and screenshots and everything. It's just like, look at my parking skills, right? This is absolutely amazing. But unfortunately, this is PMPL Africa. This is day 1. This is match 1. Everyone is hungry. Everyone is eager. And any opportunity you present to any of the opposing teams, they're going to grab it with both hands, even, I don't know, even maybe with all the hands they have at their disposal.
Absolutely. And I mean, Team Myths, they probably wanted to get a little bit of revenge on Mad Knight for taking one of their players, but now they've one up them. They've not only taken 1 kill, they've taken 2 to get them set up for this first map of the day. And that zone closure is going to come through, and it's actually going to be cooling. It's actually going to be pulling towards prison, school, mansion around that side with farm. So, again, rotations. Super Young Stars are still trying to get into the zone, the first one to start it off with, and it does look like G3 Temper has pulled away from the bridge, so there's going to be ample space for all of the teams to relatively get into zone unscathed, depending on how, of course, these contentions are going to come through, because now, as we know with Battle Royales, that space is going to start shrinking, and the chaos will be ensuing. As we said, many of these teams absolutely hungry for points, and maybe some of the other teams a little bit more cautious, a little bit more worried about how these teams are going to be performing today and how they're going to be taking their strategies into this one. So many teams right now, DK, just rotating right next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, wheel to wheel. It can be absolutely crazy, yeah.
Yeah, when it gets cheek to cheek, that's when I start to become quite worried, right? Because it's really close. If it was Sanok, yes, I would understand, but this is Erangel. Come on, I mean, we're expecting some pretty OP plays to come through, and already we can see that kill feed starting to light up, as we do have a little bit of a convergence here. Myth now going for yet another push. We do see Broly cooking up the nade once again, but up comes Dexter, putting the shots on through. But gets down as Broly is so quick to react and going at it once again, trying to 1v everyone in this match so far. 1 million. being put on a slight bit of a back foot, but Farok comes up with that silver platter delivery right then and there, gets taken down almost instantly, and this is not a good position now for Broly to be in. Yes, we saw just now that Broly is quite capable of holding their own against the teams moving through, but this is exposed because we've got Umbra on the one side, we've got 1 million right here up alongside them, of course. The nades now still getting sent out, and this is where Broly needs to be super careful, because if you move a little bit too far, you open yourself up for Umbra. But of course, if you're not cautious, 1 million, they're just going to walk up and say thank you so much. We really appreciate those elims getting delivered right towards us. And now 1 million not really noticing that rotation has come through now, as Broly has been able to escape, but of course Umbra still just tapping away slowly, trying to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, absolutely. But they would have loved to get a team confirmation there, a team sweep, get the first team out for the counts, and of course, just get closer and closer to that point where placement points are absolutely guaranteed. We still have 16 teams alive, so far any team that goes out here, unfortunately, might be a little bit sour, to say the least. And for Broly, they're making absolutely beautiful work, managing to, I think, take the kill count up to 3. Unfortunately, now left as a solo for Team Myth, so we'll have to just focus on rotations and keep it stealthy, keep it so stealthy. And Super Young Stars, as we were mentioning, with those rotations coming through, now unfortunately meeting intruders, which means they are not having the best of times.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a little bit of a challenge. And I mean, particularly looking at this kind of map situation or the zone situations we can see on screen right now, the team's still keeping their space and they are getting pushed a little bit closer. We do have the players there from Zero Tolerance, of course, now making their rotation through that kind of Rozhok region. As you've mentioned, they do have several teams positioned up ahead of them. And now, with the zone moving even further up towards the north, it is going to be quite a difficult task at hand, particularly for the teams looking to rotate up from that southern side, right? They have a lot of ground to try and cover, but not a lot of options, really. And a good position that I do potentially see is up in towards that northeastern side, as we do have the entire field open. But I mean, the field, that's a whole different beast all by itself.
Whole different beast, absolutely. And I mean, you're not working with a lot of cover. You are literally running from grass patch to grass patch, so it might be difficult for some of the teams if they're not ready and set up for this, maybe getting a couple of vehicles or structures to work with off the bat. And for many of the teams, they still have to just get their rotations in, so you can see most of that space is absolutely just left alone. And G3 Temper taking a look at intruders, taking a beautiful stroll here through the map, but they're just going to be leaving them alone because they have a little bit more to deal with right now. They can't fully focus on intruders who are going right past Broly, so Broly also needs to be extremely careful here. Of course, G3 Temper taking a little bit of contention here, looking for a little bit of something towards Darkness, and unfortunately Darkness just holding the line. They've got the buildings to work with, but as we turn our attention to Mad Knight and Super Young Stars in their own contention, Joker is down, and of course the cavalry for Super Young Stars has to come through here. T'Challa rotating around now, a couple of shots being thrown out just to give a bit of a warning sign here. T'Challa now trying to find an angle here to work with. Nades being prepped, but you need to be careful because there's some bullets going into the side with another nade to top it on off. The cherry on top coming through here for Mad Knight, and Super Young Stars not in a position to really be feeling good about the situation.
But I gotta say though, is I'm liking that position coming in from Agent 47, right? Just trying to hold on to a little bit of the high ground, coming in behind the Super Young Stars here, as we can see Chala now getting picked up. First one down, and 3 more to go. We do have Joker, Darko, as well as Lashin now trying to just hold on to the ground they are positioned on. But of course, we do see that big old blue zone starting to make its way on through, and this is a good decision coming through from the Super Young Stars as they grab that opportunity with the blue zone now on its way in to quickly try and sneak their way on forward. But now I'm curious to see, are they going to try and hold on to the high ground that we do have just a little bit further up? They also still have quite a bit of ground to try and cover to make it up into that zone. I mean, they're not the furthest way away from zone, but this could definitely be a play that maybe could be turning into favor of the players there from Super Young Stars, as, you know, they have that option to get themselves positioned in zone, turn around, and maybe look to just pick off. But they have to be careful as we look at the rest of the spread here. We do have the players there from 1 million also positioned just a little bit further up. Nothing too much just yet, but it is going to add to the difficulty with what the players really have to work with here.
Absolutely, like we were saying, we saw G3 Tempe, just taking a look at intruders, making their rotations through, and you thought that was bad enough. Now look at all of the teams, look at all the space that they now have to work with to actually get into safety here. And you can see many of the teams haven't even had an opportunity to get out of the car. No, it's just been driving straight into zone from the beginning of these last two zones, especially for the likes of Super Young Stars or Mad Knight, who need to get into the zone, into safety. And I do see 2 knocks coming through from the zone there for Mad Knight. So unfortunately, I mean, after all the work that they've just put in, they're down to 2 players, with the zone coming through as the MVP, unfortunately, for some of the other teams. So that's really going to hurt them in terms of the numbers game, but they should be able to at least get the remaining two players into zone, which of course is going to be Kingman and the Beast, and hopefully they will still be in this one. Now, as we take a look at it, information through Stars and Team Myth right next to each other. He's still just hiding, hoping no one is going to find him for the rest of this map. And Intruder's now having a little bit of damage here, because Darkness is pulled up on with nade spread, ready to get some eliminations here and to get some confirmations. Nades going through left, right, and center. Manuel absolutely going on a tear here, making it so difficult here for Intruders to stay into this one.
Oh, I gotta say, I am loving this. Look at Darkness stepping up, coming out of nowhere. Tornado just comes storming in, rushing in, causing chaos, sucking up those elims, just adding them to the list. And with that, of course, an absolutely phenomenal play coming in for the players here of Darkness. But now we are down to 15 teams. We still have 50 players. We are 17 minutes in. We are in the 4th phase. We do have that lovely blue zone about to start making its way on in once again. The shots, of course, are going to continue to find their way forward, as we do see Beast now here from the side of Mad Knight, quickly just trying to make that play. Broly still holding on, but this is where the action is going to start rolling on through, as the teams are now getting pushed further and further together. Blackjack, of course, we do see positioned over on towards the eastern side, just a little bit further up. You can see that, of course, on the mini-map, but there's going to be a lot of fighting yet to come from this. And, of course, Reverb now going to be trying it to just reach across with those natives, trying to potentially put a halt to any of those advances coming through. But Broly, oh, I'm feeling so sorry for Broly here, because this is not the most ideal position to be in. You can't really budge, you can't move. Not only do we have Darkness creeping in, but there's also still numerous teams positioned in the vicinity. So Broly needs to play this one next level to get out of this spot.
He needs to literally be avoiding bullets within the smoke, and now that might be coming through, because Moman is pushing on in. They want this confirmation. They do not want to be worrying about a snake in the grass here holding the line, and Broly has been absolutely massive tonight for Team Myth, but can he avoid the bullets, the nades, all of that coming through? It was a little bit just too much. Team Myth's going to be going out in 15th position here, and now Blackjack Esports, they've heard the commotion. They want a piece of the action here. They want to get a little, a little bit of something themselves. They're going to be throwing a couple of bullets on through, and this is really where the teams start to pick away at each other. Same can be said here for 1 million, and of course G3 Temper, who are just trying to roll on around. I feel like Felix is just trying to get some eliminations here with the car. It's looking a little bit like a fun ride here.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like Felix is looking to go to town, or is that flex, whichever way, we'll just flex on the names. It's going to happen. But of course, now G3 being put on quite a bit of a back foot here. We also have the players there from Zero Tolerance are getting sent away. But here we go. 1 million G3 side by side, getting ready to duke it out. Of course, all the teams now, as we can see, still positioned on the outside of zone, having quite a bit of ground to try and cover to make it in. We already do see the players there from Lusail, and of course, players there from Next Level positioned quite securely within the next phase, the next zone. But the fighting on the edge of zone is going to be absolutely essential. If either of these two teams, 1 million or G3, are going to be looking to get a safe rotation up into the zone, of course, the pressure is going to be on, as blue zone is only about 5 seconds or so away. Closing in once again. A Knight now trying everything in the arsenal to get that position going. But of course, look at this now. SWAT 69 taking out Cryptics as they come rolling on through. I mean, I said the teams are going to surprise them with their performances. And here comes SWAT 69 taking down the team of Cryptics. And now, of course, players here from Team Unique looking to capitalize on that even more so.
absolutely just coming through in clutch. I mean, that was a bit of a surprise for myself watching all of this action unfold as we see it. G3 Temper making a little bit of a confirmation there with 1 million, but now Blackjack Esports have moved on through into zone, trying to hold on to some of the space that's left alive, and they are just gatekeeping anyone trying to come through and getting a gate kept themselves, it looks like, by Darkness. Turning our attention to all of the teams still trying to make it into zone, and that zone is slowly but surely creeping on in. Unfortunately, now we've had quite a few eliminations come through. We're down to 10 teams left standing in this zone, and you were saying it, not a lot of room to work with here. Very little bit of cover, but at least there's some ridge lines, as we can see. Lusail holding the line here. Triple Esports also were on a tear there to take down Zero Tolerance, but now they might have to deal with all of the other teams taking rotations in, trying to find just a little gap to work with. And for some reason, we have all of the teams just clustered in the southern part of that zone. Next level is just sitting and waiting and watching what's going on. How can we get involved in here?
Ooh, I was about to say that SWAT, rather the players there from Lusail, actually look to be in a really good position, but they've got so many teams now actually moving up around them that this advantage now could be turning into quite a bit of a challenge. But of course, players here from SWAT 69 are going to come rolling on through. Lusail quick on the trigger fingers, quick to react, as they also now have to try and bring up their fallen team members there. But of course, now 9 teams rather now remain. You can see several knocks spread out through the map here, and we have that next zone getting ready to pop up once again. Of course, we do see the players there from Darkness and Blackjack positioned over on towards that southeastern side, but as you pointed out, a lot of congestion coming in on the southwestern. But now look at this, Morteza right there on the edge of that zone, and if Morteza is able to just move their way a little bit further forward, they could find themselves in a really interesting position, being the first team to secure that angle within the zone. But I mean, looking up north towards the players there from Next Level, as well as the Super Young Stars, it is going to be absolutely brutal to try and find a good, decent position to move into. Of course, looking at the map, there is no more hard cover left, aside from a few hay bales and maybe a rock here or there. But other than that, it is just down to the wits of these players. We can see the players here now from Triple also getting ready to step up, show us what they've got. But it is going to be an absolutely brutal fight, as there's no clear straight path up in towards the zone just yet. But up they come now, looking to contend against Lusail, and the shots are just going to come ringing on through.
Triple Esports looking to get confirmations here. They've only got Maestro and Farmer left, but now as we turn our attention, looks like they're going to be having a little bit of trouble coming through. As you mentioned, Team Umbra very close to get the only little bit of real estate in the zone, but what real estate is it really worth if there's no cover to work with? The only cover that we might be seeing some structures might be the cars rotating through, might be a ridge line or two, and so much confirmations coming through here for Lusail, who've managed to hold the line. They were under so much pressure, keeping their heads on a swivel from so many teams just punting bullets at them, but they've managed to stay alive. Maestro still alive for Triple Esports, just snaking in the grass, trying to hold on to this one. Of course, wants to make sure that their team is still represented into this final zone. We've got a few teams down to 1 member, and there's the confirmation for Triple Esports. Unfortunately, Maestro out for the count. Umbra still down to 1 player left. Super Young Stars down to 2. Blackjack Esports down to 2. So many of the teams have been taking a lot of losses just getting into this final zone, and we still got 6 teams left. With that blue zone and that confirmation coming through, now the teams are scrambling for a little bit of space to work with here. Next level going to be the ones to start it off with, as well as Lusail Esports getting those confirmations, making sure the last remaining solo player is out for the count. Now we've got some good numbers here, DK. 4 teams remaining.
Oh, now this is where things are going to get super difficult. Of course, Blackjack is riding that kind of bold position they have on the edge. Super Young Stars coming in from the north, that zone, of course, getting ready to move up once again. Well, sorry, this looked like a ball, but instead they're just utilizing those hail bells. Instead, it is the players there from Lusail we see positioned a little bit more in towards the bowls. Of course, there is one just up towards the north, and now they have to try and kind of sneak their way on in, as that could potentially be a favorable position to move into. Of course, up comes the portable hard covers. We do see those buggies now getting ready to roll on through. Curious to see whether or not Watson is actually going to be looking to potentially maybe blow up the vehicle to utilize it as cover, or are they going to be looking to sneak it all the way through into the 7th phase? But of course, now this is where it all comes down to positioning and those lightning fast reactions. We can see Unknown now taking the risk, getting in the vehicle, looking to just potentially creep it up a little bit closer, move it into position, but the shots are coming through and putting quite a bit of a halt to that potential play. Now, this is where we look to see what the teams are going to be doing, because Blackjack holding on, just trying to inch their way on through. Super Young Stars, we can see also sitting on 2, but up comes Next Level, the only squad still rocking all 4 of their players.
All 4 of their players indeed, but they also haven't seen much of the action up until this point. They've been holding the northern part of that zone, so they haven't really been seeing anyone up until this point. As we mentioned, Unknown, unfortunately, goodbye. There was a nade right next to you. I don't know if you saw it, and now Next Level have to get a little bit of a few repercussions coming through, because they need to get some payback here for Super Young Stars, trying to hold the line. They do have 3 kill points in the bag, but of course the rest of the teams like Lusail and Blackjack Esports coming on through to try and find a little bit of cover. As you said, only really ridge lines to work with and the portable cover of, you know, the buggies and the cars coming through. It's not a lot of work to be given here, and that added danger that a car at any point can blow up and there goes your cover and maybe your life. That's a little bit of stress for these teams to work with. Blackjack Esports now with 6 kill points in the top 4, holding the line. The cards are coming through. Lusail was looking at the same strategy that we saw Felix working with earlier, and we're just taking a ride with the buggy. We're gonna find all the snakes in the grass, and we're gonna take them out for the count.
What was that? I mean, Watson just strolling on up with the buggy, running right over Blackjack, sending them packing. And with that, we are down to our final 3 teams. It is still going to be the players there from Next Level, rocking up with a full squad. Lusail, as we can see, trying to just hold strong, hold their position, hold the angle, but Super Young Stars are coming through, just hitting them up. Of course, Lashin not going to come slashing through with any nades this time around, as we do see that knock coming in. Darko now being put in a really difficult position, of course, caught on the outside of zone. The zone now kind of just tempting them, as all the players only now have to condense their current position to get up into the next secure play. But here we go, Lusail looking pretty good, looking pretty decent, rolling up from that southern side, now utilizing the terrain, utilizing what vehicles they still have to their, or rather at their disposal. But look at this, Next Level still just holding in. They are just utilizing their numbers, spreading out through the zone, looking to see if they can cover as many of these angles as they can. And of course, they are advancing their way forward, creeping closer and closer right up onto Super Young Stars. But look at this, Salam just trying those angles. Gaddafi coming through with a head right on towards Lashin. And now, oh, the Super Young Stars getting eliminated. It is down to our final 2 teams. It is going to be Next Level up against Lusail. The shots come through. You can see the knocks coming in. Of course, that blue zone is going to start forcing their hands, pushing them further and further forward. Gaddafi now just trying to cut it through the grass, but up comes Salam, picking the first head right up on towards Unknown. Gets the confirmation. It is going to be, oh, some pretty tough plays. It's going to be a 2v3, and it does look like it could maybe still be in favor of either of these teams. The numbers now being reduced right down to 2. It is going to be Lusail on 2, as well as the players here from Next Level. But who will be the one to step it up? Lusail already rocking out with 13 elims. Up comes Next Level, sitting on 5. Will we see that 15 bomb dropping in from the elims? Up comes the head. Oh, Lusail, beautiful trade-off between Next Level and Lusail. It is down to a 1v1. Watson and Azar, are they going to be able to wrap this one up? Just trying their best. Of course, the Groza now in the hands of Watson. Is it going to be able to maybe make a play? I don't see any utilities in the bag. I mean, as this would have been a beautiful spot just to lob one of those very uncomfortable grenades across. And now it is going to be that face-off, that showdown between Lusail and Next Level to show us which of these 2 teams are going to be the one to walk away with our first winner chicken dinner right here in PMPL Africa Day 1. And it is going straight to the players there from Lusail as they reign supreme, bringing it in. And wow, that was just beautiful to witness.
I absolutely love the designated driver strat coming through from Watson there for Lusail Esports, just driving through the grass, finding a couple of snakes in the grass and saying, we're going to take those eliminations. Thank you very much. But absolutely coming in clutch there right towards the end for Lusail Esports. I mean, at any point, I was like, no, of course, next level should be, they should have this. They've got 4 players left alive in this one. They've got all of the cover that they've, had since the beginning of that final zone. But Lusail Esports, even with the disadvantage with numbers that they had, they made a plan and they executed it brilliantly. Again, designated driver strat. I mean, I haven't seen that one yet. I'm loving that.
Yeah, I gotta say that was absolutely beautiful to see. I mean, like we knew that we are going to be seeing a few surprise plays coming through, but I mean, Lusail just stepping up to the plate, right? We saw the same come through from the players there of next level. I mean, so many surprise performances coming in, teams that we'd expected to last a little bit longer on a map like Erangel, actually getting sent back into the lobby relatively early. But I mean, we saw a lot of these teams, and in fact, we had quite a large number of teams making all the way through up into those late phases. So, you can see the kind of mentality coming into the first match. A lot of teams being a little bit reluctant, don't really want to try anything too crazy just yet, but it can only go up from here, right? Of course, first match, done and dusted, right? The nerves should have settled now as everyone has had, well, at least 4 of the 5 groups have had their first go at the map. I think the next one's also going to be quite interesting now that we have the addition of Group D being put to rest for this match. Well, that's the wrong way to put it, but let's go with that for now. And of course, the addition rather of the team of Group E stepping up to the plate and showing us what they've got on the battlefield.
Yeah, look, they might have been sitting and prepping. They obviously won't be able to see this in the real time that we have, so they won't have a really good clue of how they're going to be expecting these teams to be playing. So they might be the team that we will see in this matchup going a little bit more passive, maybe a little bit more careful to see how they want to contend, with the rest of the teams. So that might add a little bit of a change in pace. But again, this was such a surprising breakdown. I think for many of the teams going through into this first Erangel with the expectations that they had, of course, with the stats they could dig up as well as we could, they weren't expecting that. They definitely weren't expecting that because absolutely, as you mentioned, some of the teams we thought we'd be seeing in those final zones getting absolutely just rolled over, I guess in the case of Lusail taking the designated driver strat, getting rolled over by buggies left, right and center and saying, well, goodbye. That's unfortunately going to be it. And again, we have to give some homage to the beautiful amount of nades that we were seeing coming through here. But DK, I think that was a very good start for these teams with the Erangel down in the hatch. They have some plans. They have some idea of how to take these next maps.
Yeah, definitely will. And I think on that, we are going to be hopping into a quick break. Potentially not quite sure, but of course, we do have some fantastic highlights of the pure chaos we had erupting on screen just a few moments ago, leading up to the end of this absolutely amazing start to the PMPL Africa. But well, just look at these players that are coming through. I mean, this is what we were expecting. The team's still just holding on, and as we saw, only around about that 5th phase is where we started to see those numbers dropping down into only 9 teams.
Only 19 indeed, and again, it was holding that line and really no cover to work with, but somehow, some way, a lot of these teams made sure that they were the final standing. Lusail Esports was one of the first teams that we saw really having to keep their head on a swivel from the get-go. From about 8-9 teams left, they were absolutely surrounded time and time again. But as you can see, the designated driver strat, it's just absolutely amazing. We love to see it, and they somehow, some way made it work. And it's this last-minute decision-making that really sets the team apart. PMPL Africa, and I want to see more of that going into our next map.
Yeah, it is going to be quite exciting to see what the next map will bring to the table. And as I've, weirdly stated before, we are going to be seeing the players from Group E rather, joining us on the battlefield, and Group D sitting out on this next match. So definitely quite an exciting one to be looking forward to see what these teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield, who are going to be the ones to reign supreme as we are going to be making our way over on towards Miramar. Now, we saw Erangel getting started, everything looking pretty interesting. I do expect quite a few changes still to come through. As we know, that was only the first match, right? It's not really a clear indication. It doesn't really tell us too much about what to expect for the remainder of the day. But all we can hope for is that the teams just keep on capitalizing and building on the performances we had already coming through on that first match. But Miramar is going to be where it's at. And again, we do know a lot of these teams have kind of their favorite positions they like to move into. And I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to be seeing those hot drops now come in as the teams are potentially looking to see whether or not they could actually utilize the positions that they've been training themselves on, or whether or not they'll have to maybe rethink that strategy and come up with a few bold moves along the way.
That's going to be the question, especially on a map like Miramar, where you might go time and time again without seeing anyone until those final moments, because there's just so much space to work with. It's such a vast map that they might have to depend on those hot drops to get some initial kill points and initial eliminations, and to set themselves up with a strong foundation leading into the rest of that map. And again, as we've mentioned, first map done and dusted. The nerves are out of the corner. They have an idea of who they're playing against. It's only that addition of the one group that might be a little bit different, and that might be a little bit of a question mark for some of these teams. But as we go on, they're going to know what they can and cannot do, what they can get away with, like the designated driver strat, and what they maybe can't.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I got to say, the designated driver play was quite interesting. But, looking back at what we saw coming through in this first match, I got to commend Broly with a really strong defensive play. Just landing an absolutely beautiful grenade. Unfortunately, as we got into those later phases, Broly was kind of pinned down in the shack and, of course, getting rushed by the players from Darkness moving in from that southern side, And it's interesting to see how the dynamics kind of change up as the teams continue to make their way forward and that zone continuously keeps on advancing. But I do think things could maybe be a little bit more laid back, at least for the start, over on Miramar, as it is quite an expansive map. There's a lot of space really for the teams to utilize. And as we know, the terrain really allows for teams to position themselves all across that map, getting into some more interesting positions, if we can put it that way.
Interesting additions, that can come through. But I think on Miramar, when we talk about those plays that Broly was showing as well, Team Myth unfortunately starting off on a bad foot from the get-go, losing a player to Mad Knight and making the rotations coming through. They then again find another team and another team and another team. That just seems to be how they keep going. But with that fight with Team Umbra, you really saw that energy coming through. Again, the parking strategy aside, they really made it work there. They were the ones who got the information. They, held the ground, Broly waited, and that cavalry came through, and that was the trigger. They took the execution through, and they did it fantastically, because they went away with 2 kills, and then I think a third thereafter. So for them, yes, unfortunately, Broly did have to solo for the rest of the game, but they made it up to, about 7, 8, or 9 with 3 or 4 kills. It's not too bad for the first game. And as we mentioned, they want to get as many points as they possibly can to get themselves into Super Weekend, or at least enough to make sure that they get those positions. So I think for some of these teams, I don't know if we've seen, everything that they really have to offer. I think they're still keeping some of it in the back pocket. I think some of the teams did decide, as you said, to do a few hot drops, maybe a few hot strategies, take a few teams out, take that contention, take those fights to them, and it worked out for them. But is it gonna be the same going into Miramar?
Ooh, we'll have to wait and find out exactly what that is going to be. But of course, we have to also start making our way towards the kind of points coming in at the back of this last match. We did see those plays come through. We did see, of course, the players there from the side of Lusail coming in with some really strong efforts with regards to those Elam points that they brought in. And not only the chicken dinner they were able to walk away with there. And, when we saw them last, right before the end of the match, they were sitting on double digits. So, I've got to say, I'm quite curious to see what the results are going to be for that. But it's a potential indication of what we could be expecting kind of on Erangel itself, right? As we've been talking a little bit now, saying that we also do have the map there of Miramar being the next one to come on through. We're not 100% sure what is going to be happening on that. And of course, just looking for a little bit of, we could potentially be moving into a quick break as well. But well, yes, on that one, we are going to be hopping into a quick break to see, just make sure that we've got everything locked and loaded for those results. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. And welcome back. We just finished off the first match, and we are now getting ready to move straight up into our second match, heading right over in towards Erangel. And of course, before we do any of that, we got to give a big shout out to Nomo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So big love going out to all the brands involved in this event. Now, this is where we get to see the players there from Group E now stepping up to the plate. And that is, of course, going to be Masters. It is going to be Slime 4KT, as well as the players there from Virtual Game. And, of course, YONKOUS also now having to show us what they've got. And I got to say, this could potentially be quite an interesting match.
Absolutely. I mean, the addition of those players going into this one, I think is really going to make a huge difference because, as you mentioned, you know, for some of the teams, they have an idea, okay, we know who we've just played through on Erangel, but now we're throwing 4 new teams into the mix, and those 4 teams are no teams to scoff at, really. They were some of the teams we were really keeping our eye on, coming through from the qualifiers, coming through from wherever they did, making a splash in the scene is absolutely what they're going to be looking to do. And of course, it's going to be on Miramar. So now Miramar, that more space could be added to the mix here. And for some of the teams, it means that they might not be seeing those contentions as early as they would have wanted to. Maybe get a few of those picks, as we saw what Mad and I did there with Team Myth early on in Erangel. They're going to have to wait potentially to those final zones, which is a little bit of added stress, DK, because now we don't have a lovely kill points, foundation to work with.
Yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate, but either way, the teams will have yet another opportunity now to make up for whatever they felt was a little bit lacking coming through in that first match, right? So this is going to be the second match coming in for the players there from Group A, Group B, and Group C. So whatever they are looking to improve on, that is definitely what they could look to change coming up here into Miramar. And it's interesting to see a little bit more of that eastern flight path now being accompanied by a super southern shifting right on in. And this is what we love to see. We don't see Los Higos, Prison, and Minas del Sur, even Val del Mar being one of those positions teams could potentially move right on up in towards. But, no better time than right now. But I am, however, looking over on towards Picado, right? We have quite a few teams just dropping down right here, as we can see the players now from Triple, also just meeting themselves up alongside the players coming in here from Mad Knight. And in fact, this is the second time that Mad Knight now finds themselves in a little bit of a hot seat.
It does, and I don't know if it's going to go as well as it did for them the first time around with Team Myth. This time they're going to be up against, of course, RTG Esports, who also made a huge splash there towards the end of our previous map. They were a little bit unlucky, with the nades. There was unfortunately a little bit of added explosive action into what they really wanted to have, which would have been a winner-winner chicken dinner. But this time around, they might have a good foothold into this Miramar map. Now, Mad Knight, they've gone silent, waiting for that information and trying to find an angle here. Of course, Master desperately trying to get information here as he is being swarmed with Mad Knight going up on into the building, and the Beast going to be the first one to start it off with, get that confirmation already on RTG Esports. It does seem like Mad Knight really do thrive in these early game positions where they get those early fights with the Uzis coming through. They can absolutely just run and gun and get a few kill points on the board, which for Miramar, DK, I feel like is a really good added benefit because, as you've mentioned, so much space. There is no confirmation or there is no guarantee that you're going to be seeing anyone up until those final zones. And Team Myth again, unfortunately, going to be losing a player starting off early on into this one.
Yep, they find themselves right up alongside the players there from Umbra, as we can see, lighting up in the kill feed. But the pressure is definitely going to be on right here up in towards Picado. I mean, RTG Esports holding on to the northern angle here with the players there coming in on that southern side. As it's going to be quite a tough play, either which way you spin this, right? Now, RTG Esports going to be the next one to go up against the players here from Mad Knight. And I got to say, Mad Knight, they're making a really good name for themselves so far, looking pretty decent. They're holding strong. But of course, we're looking to see how that is now going to translate through in towards that next play and how far they're going to be able to push it in. We know in the previous match, Mad Knight made it all the way up in towards that top 10. Are they going to be looking to replicate that once again? We're not 100% sure just yet, but for the time being, it does seem like they do have the upper hand on the players coming in from the side here of Triple Esports. So we do have Maestro, Thor, and Miramar now on the opposite end. Those utilities, of course, getting sent out. And it is going to be a little bit of a gamble, seeing that the teams are fighting it out right here up in towards the casino.
And I mean, thankfully for them, they've got pretty much the entirety of Picardo here to work with. So no one's really going to be getting involved in this one just yet. Everyone is dealing with their own problems with those rotations coming through. We might see Team Umbra eventually rotate out into this one. It is a possibility, but for the time being, Triple Esports and Mad Knight, they have the space to themselves to get this confirmation. And we might be seeing an early team confirmation, team wipe coming through with these eliminations, depending on which way it's going to slide. Right now, Triple Esports desperately and hungry for this fight. I don't think they're going to be disengaging anytime soon. They want that revenge. They want to get some payback there for their teammates and make sure they get those kill points coming through, get those eliminations. And for Mad Knight right now, they're surrounded. I mean, they want to get those rotations out of here, but unfortunately, you've got the likes of Frama, who's definitely just looking at every possible exit point and wilding, turning that head on a swivel there to make sure that they do not get out of this one. Agent 47 is off to the side there with a little bit of a flanking position there. They have some information. Of course, the Beast, with that verticality, might be able to get involved in this one, but it might be down to Ammo and Kingerman to hold their own against Maestro and Farmer, who are desperately trying to find an angle, trying to find some rotation into this one. With that zone coming through, Agent 47 going to be making their debut, just throwing a couple of bullets there to get some damage dealt to the likes of Triple Esports, give their teammates a little bit of help here, but it might not be enough. From it comes through there with the first knock and now looks for the rest. Unfortunately, Maestro just around the side is going to be missing that nade as Kingerman is making a swift rotation up the stairs to try and find an angle here to work with here. Unfortunately, it might not be enough. Here comes the confirmation. Thor is going to be taking Kingerman down, and now all of a sudden it is Mad Knight on the back foot here. It is Agent 47 and the Beast, DK, that have to hold the line or disengage.
Yeah, it is going to be absolutely essential now for them to kind of make that call. Are we going to see Agent 47 and the Beast looking to maybe move up, or are they going to start looking to rotate elsewhere? As you know, the players coming through from the side there of Triple Esports really holding strong with regards to this casino. You know, like I was thinking for a second there that the players from Mad Knight actually had a bit of an advantage looking at the spread they had approaching this position. But it does seem like they were able to turn the tables on them. And now, speaking about turning tables, we are turning our attention right over to the players here from Slime 4KT. As we can see, Storm starting to light things up. The team there from Zero Tolerance, of course, positioned up ahead. We got Lordo now, Lord rather, looking to push on in with Hates getting down for the time being. And with that, the confirmation comes through as Zeus just rolls on through like thunder, hitting it up. But now, Zero Tolerance, down to 3 players, licking their wounds as they are making their way a little bit further up. And of course, they still have quite a bit of ground to cover to make it all the way up in towards the next phase. And this is one of the, I'd say, one of the beauties of Miramar. It is a relatively large map, as we are well aware, but you're still going to be relatively cautious of that blue zone and make sure that you are able to stay up ahead of that, as we did see that extreme southern shift coming through. And of course, the players here from Darkness, they know strangers to the blue. They're just going to be riding it out, as we can see Tornado this time not really looking to grab any vehicles just yet and come through with those hits. But, you know, maybe just kicking up another kind of Storm, just riding that blue and looking to grab as much of the loot as the rest of the team from Darkness starting to just like leapfrog their way ahead here of Zero Tolerance. Will we see this engagement come in though?
I thought Vortex was going to absolutely just rush up the hill there with the buggy onto Darkness, trying to get a couple of eliminations here. But they have been chasing the zone, trying to get something. But Moman, once again, with the pinpoint accuracy, finding Vortex and getting that confirmation in the zone as well. I don't think there's a point even going back for that recovery. For the rest of Zero Tolerance, they just have to get into zone. They've been chasing the zone. They're being chased by the zone all the time right now, and they've been taking so much damage just trying and using so many consumables just to make it into safety. So unfortunately for them, they're going to just have to ride it down with 2 players for the rest of this one and hopefully be able to make it into safety. And you can see for many of the other teams, like, you know, Super Young Stars, like a few of the other teams like 1 Million Esports, they also are still riding the blue zone trying to get into safety, and the beast still in Picado being chased down by Triple Esports. Agent 47 a little bit too far away to try and hold the line. Maybe with a bit of a long scope, we can take this this roof battle a little bit further. But what can the beast do? He has to hold down against Maestro and Froma, and Thor just along the
Ooh.
side, as I was saying, that with a beautiful line of sight is going to get that knock. And now Mad Knight down to 1 player officially, who might just have to disengage and leave this DK. I don't think there's no point in going back into this one. Get in a vehicle, get out of here.
Yeah, Agent 47 definitely now has no other option. We are, of course, seeing that rotation coming through now, looking to push a little bit further forward, but it is going to be a little bit on the challenging side, as we do see the players here from Team Unique now just welcoming Agent 47 in that rotation with that blowing up the vehicle. And of course, now Scorpia is going to be looking to reach all the way over on towards Agent 47, and actually that blown up vehicle could be a nice kind of segue, if we could call it that, for Agent 47 now to retreat into a little bit of safety, finding even more hard cover. And that is exactly what Agent 47 does now, quickly sneaking around. Unfortunately for him, Unique, of course, anticipating that rotation or that quick repositioning, going a little bit differently. But either way, Mad Knight still making some good ground, quickly falling back. But up comes that rush now, as Unique comes pushing right up towards Agent 47.
Right up towards them indeed. And now this might be a little bit of karma. This might be a little bit of revenge from the other teams taking out Mad Knight. And this is the risk and reward that comes through from those early engagements. You run the risk of getting a nade to the face. Winky is going to get that confirmation, and Mad Knight will be the first team being eliminated on Miramar. So now already a little bit more of a shift. We're seeing an earlier team elimination coming through this time around, and unfortunately for Mad Knight, they're going to have to ride this one into the next opportunity. So looking at it now, with the rotations coming through, I think we still have most of the teams happy to hold the line and hopefully get into zone and get some good cover going here. Virtual Gaming, of course, now being spotted there by Cryptics just along the distance, just on the horizon, but everyone's going to be disrespecting the space for now. I don't think anyone really wants to get that early contention, DK, unless, you know, we want to get some eliminations early on.
Yeah, it's going to be quite essential now for the teams to just try and play to their strengths. Of course, we're still waiting to see where this next phase is going to be going. But looking at the position that we see there for the players of Virtual Gaming, it could be a favorable position, right? Because right behind them, we do see Cryptics coming in, or holding rather, that southern side. But we also have YONKOUS as well as Umbra, and then also the players there from G3 in the vicinity. So it's going to be an interesting position whichever way it goes. But now we're going to see where this next phase is going to be taking us. And it is just centering up on those teams right up to Chumacera. Now, this is where the teams already in zone find themselves in a favorable spot, because now they have the opportunity to set up those defensive angles. And it's going to be quite a challenge for the teams positioned outside of zone to find a decent position.
Absolutely, because now the teams in zone, they can play, you know, the game of containment. They can wait for those teams to try and cross the threshold and unfortunately meet a couple of bullets as their reward. So for the teams here who have themselves set up, they are going to be lying in wait and just watching those rotations, making the decision to see if they're going to get involved or not. With that zone rotation coming through as well, 4 layers deep in the blue zone is not a fight you want to be taking, especially if you're the likes of Zero Tolerance, who still have to make their way on into safety. And for the rest of these teams, now, where do they stand? Where do they hold the line? Some favorable positions that they could potentially be finding, and some high-rise positions that might be opening themselves up to a stray bullet hitting their faces. Here for Team Umbra, of course, they're spotting a few players here out from Lusail, well, in specifically Wanted. So they might be slowly but cautiously pushing forward, trying to find a little bit of something here. They do have 2 eliminations to their name as well, but they, of course, want to make sure we get some guarantees for those placement points. As we know, DK, DK, that 16th to 13th place is not something that you want to be working with. It's not a place that any team wants to be going out.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be looking to try and keep themselves well aware, well ahead rather, of the storm that could be rolling in right behind them. And speaking about rolling in, we do see the players here from Triple Esports actually now coming in alongside that western side with the players from Masters Esports, positioned just partially in the northern section of the next phase, but also kind of spread out. And I'm liking this approach, as we do see Bamboo now looking to maybe capitalize on the surprise element at hand here. Will we see those shots connecting, lining on up? Oh, from Mar up ahead. The hits come flying in. Unfortunately, Bamboo missing those shots, but in turn also now entirely disclosing his position. So with that, kind of giving up that elemental play he had in his favor. But Triple now just advancing up the hill once again.
Absolutely looking for some sort of an angle here. Blackjack Esports, of course, in recovery mode, has to be careful, because as we're trying to get those reses coming through, we're still seeing bullets flying past the wood, flying into the likes of Win here, who have to get themselves out of the situation. Smoke's going to be going out, and they do not want to be taking this this contention here with Team Umbra. They want to disengage. They want to make sure that they get into zone as safely as possible and hold the line for those final moments. Relatively, I'm liking the rotations coming through here for most of the teams. They're already finding themselves in a fantastic position, and we haven't seen too much contention coming through, other than, you know, of course, that little contention that we saw there from Bamboo, who was quite surprising. But we're going to have to see how that's going to turn around. And look at that zone pool here, DK. I mean, with the space that those final zones have to work with, what positions would you think that they'd want to be focusing on here?
And it's going to be a difficult one. Seeing that the zone is shifted so far up on towards that northeastern side is going to be absolutely essential to maybe try and fortify an angle a little bit closer to where we did see the players there from Umbra, potentially even Lusail. But having that extreme shift coming through once again, I mean, also just playing these kind of ridge lines on the edge of that zone could be quite favorable. And of course, Cryptics now stepping up to the challenge as they're trying to find those plays right up onto the players right in front of them. But Miss now finding themselves in a little bit of a hot spot here as they come face to face with the team of Triple Esports. But both these teams now still having quite a bit of ground to cover. And I'm liking the position also coming in from G3, just holding up behind them, looking to pick up any potential players that could be venturing in that direction. But up comes Thor now, looking to bring in a little bit more of that rolling thunder as Broly steps up to the plate, putting the hit in from Mark, trying to hold on. Up comes the rush. Oh, come on, he's going to pick it up. Oh, it's going to be close. Ramsey with a little bit of back and forth, but unfortunately for Ramsey, from Mar is able to land the devastating hits. Now we got Moomin and of course Broly just trying to get themselves back up, as we do see Triple Esports getting sent away. But G3, don't forget about them. They are still here holding on, and what a beautiful position this is for them, right on the edge of that zone.
G3 Temper now just salivating at the opportunity here to get a couple of eliminations. But as we turn our attention to Team Unique and Masters Esports getting a little bit of contention of themselves, Winky going down, and all of a sudden it's not looking good for Team Unique, who have just been attacked by Masters Esports, pulling up on their position and getting that final team wipe out for the count, unfortunately. But fantastically for Masters Esports, they're going to be picking themselves up those 3 eliminations and holding the line for further points as we move into the zone. They're going to be quite happy with the position that they've got now. I still want to know what's going to happen there with G3 Temper, because of course they are holding the line. They've got they've got a fantastic position. As I've said this, watching the rotations coming through from Darkness now, watching the rotations coming through from Team Myth, they've got the only cover that is absolutely just stellar for them to hold this line, because they've got so many angles to work with here. Boyden's going to be the first one that's going to feel the wrath here of Ramsey pushing up on close, but it's not going to be quick enough. He's ready for it, going to be taking him down. Broly down to such a sliver of HP, and there's a cooked nade coming past his face. The medkit is there just in time, just getting out of this situation just in time. And Moment, unfortunately, taking a bit of damage and not going to be joining him. So once again, Broly down to the final player. If we can get out of this, not going to be the case. G3 Temper put the final nail in the coffin there for Team Myth.
Well, Nacho stepping up to the plate, catching the players there from Team Myth in a very uncomfortable position. Not quite sure what Broly was really going for there, but either way, we did see them all now having to pack their bags, getting sent back into the lobby with those 4 elims. But now, Darkness coming around. Well, we do see Merman down for the count at the moment. We have the players there, of course, from Virtual moving in right behind them. Umbra also still just hanging around, but that zone having shifted is going to make it quite difficult as the teams now have to continuously look to reposition, and Umbra already starting to set themselves up, moving in on towards that western side of the zone. They know there's so many teams still having to move in from that region, and if they are able to kind of fortify those angles, we could see quite a few elims making their way right over on towards Umbra. And of course, Lusail over on that eastern side, playing it quite cautiously. You know, still a very similar approach that we saw coming through from them over on Erangel, and looking to apply the same kind of strategy, and it worked out quickly for them in that first match. But will we see any of our remaining 11 teams stepping up to the plate and, you know, being keen for the challenge at hand?
And I love what you brought up, you know, the real estate that Team Umbra have taken. They've spread themselves out so wide that they can literally hold the line for any team trying to make a rotation, or at least, at the very least, get that information through to the rest of their teammates. Of course, Cryptics now pulling up on YONKOUS here and not going to be liking the situation, unfortunately, as Senke is going to be coming through and finding a little bit of damage here. But now for YONKOUS, keeping their heads on the swivel, and they've done enough. They're going to get that confirmation onto Cryptics and pick up those eliminations, pulling them through into the zone. RTG Esports now as well, trying to just sliver on in, just find a little bit of a sneaky line just right around Team Umbra to try and get a little bit of the space of that final zone, but they might have to run right through Slime4KT, who are holding the ridge line and have a beautiful line of sight. As soon as RTG Esports cross that threshold, they're literally going to be spotted there by Slime4KT. Turning our attention here to Super Young Stars and, of course, Virtual Gaming. It's not looking good for Virtual Gaming, though, as T'Challa and Joker have put in all of the shots necessary to get those confirmations. But as they finish that fight, G3 Temper just decide to start picking away, and we've seen this time and time again. Oh, I can't even imagine this. They are just picking away at everyone that they can find.
Yeah, this is looking to be quite the massacre as the players here from Umbra stepping up, just raining down now on the players here from RTG. But of course, we have the players here from Slime4KT also now trying to secure their position up on the southern edge. But look at this position. Morteza just rocking the high ground. We got Plaza positioned right down below, getting ready to make a potential rush, a potential push in some direction. But Morteza is not going to let him get away with that one, as we do also now see Zeus getting picked on up. Plaza does evade the cottage for the time being, but the shots are going to continue to rain on down. Plaza now just trying everything in his arsenal to survive this absolutely brutal onslaught coming on through. But look at this Team Umbra showing us some great teamwork as they work together to try and put a very abrupt play now in for the players here from Slime4KT. And with that, they seal the coffin closed, sending the players there from Slime4KT packing, heading right back into the lobby. Of course, the zone having shifted up towards the north once again does provide quite a few challenges of its own. We do see the players there from Darkness. Tornado is going to be the only one for the team. RTG also down to 1, and we of course have the players there from G3 Temper now rocking a full squad alongside the 4 members of Team Umbra. And of course, don't forget about Lusail. They were pushing up with those 4 players all the way into those late phases over on Erangel, and it does seem here as like they are looking to replicate that kind of approach. But look at these nades coming through as the players here now from the side of Masters are just lobbing those grenades back and forth. And of course, G3 Temper, Nacho, just looking to welcome them in as well. And this is where things could take quite an interesting shift as we wait now to see where the zone's going to come and also where these nades are going to be going.
Yeah, Nacho getting really close to potentially getting either Bamboo or Ban out for the count. But somehow, I don't know how, they have so little space to work with here, but they've been avoiding it up until this point. So this is forcing the issue here for G3 Temper to push on through. And of course, the rest of Team Umbra are looking to get involved. They are hearing the noises. They are getting all of the information that there's something going on here. So as they push that line closer and closer towards G3 Temper, we might be seeing a third party. But G3 G3 just swiveling their heads, looking for anyone and everyone to take a piece of at the moment. And this is a little bit dangerous now, because you're making so many enemies out of everyone around you. You might be biting off a little bit too much than what you can actually chew here. But they've got quite a few nades that they can still work with here. They're just desperately trying to get that damage, get that final confirmation or something, some sort of a sign, maybe a knock coming through that they can use to push on through. Somehow Masters Esports still alive, only the 2 players left here, and they are caught in between G3 Temper and Team Umbra, who have just found the first possible trigger, taking down Nacho and looking for a few more. They do have the ridgeline here for G3 Temper, but they actually look. They got Masters. They've got Masters down to a corner.
Yeah, and this is now where G3 looks to step on up and show the lobby what they've got. G3 always being quite strong when it comes to the map of Miramar, but are they going to be able to push all the way through as Masters now have to pack their bags and make their way back up into the lobby? Of course, Umbra still rocking their full squad. All 3 teams still having all their players up and able to fight. And now this is where things are going to get quite hot and spicy, as we can see the players there from Lusail now having a controlling position within the zone. The only team currently positioned within the zone. And as soon as this big old blue zone starts closing up, this is where the players from Umbra and G3 are going to be put to the test. And ideally, we'd like to see maybe G3 or the players there from Umbra starting to blaze their way on forward as they now start rotating up. But look at the rotations coming in on that mini-map. G3 already starting to wrap around that northern side, trying to come in alongside Lusail. Not even going to be waiting for that blue zone to apply the pressures. They come rushing forward. Flacco picking up the first one. Nacho now cooking up his nade, sending it over in the direction of Lusail as well. Absolutely aggressive approach coming in here from the side of G3 Temper.
Absolutely explosive. Sorry for the pun, but look at this. They did not wait, as you said, for that blue zone to force the issue. No, they were preemptive. They were proactive in taking the damage all the way to Lusail's doorstep. And now Team Umbra trying to get involved, but unfortunately Morteza is going to be meeting the wrong side of a nade and being taken out there by Flacco, who gets that final knock. And now we're looking for all the damage that G3 Temper are laying down. Currently, they are waiting for an opportunity just to get those confirmations. They're getting quite a bit of knocks here, but unfortunately not having those final angles to get the confirmation. So they are outputting so much damage, but how will those translate into eliminations? They definitely will for the side of Lusail Esports.
Oh, G3 looking absolutely fantastic as they come rushing in and putting an end to the hopes and dreams of Lusail, potentially sneaking up yet another chicken. But now we have Umbra up against G3, already 13 eliminations under the belt there for G3 with 9 over onto the side here of Umbra. It is going to be a 3v3 with Flacco looking relatively low on health. Buren, of course, now coming in with that assist there, looking to potentially bring Flacco back up into the fight. Oh, wasted. Getting wasted there as 6God comes up with that off-angle position. PRZ, Shadowin. Oh, now having to try and hold their position as they are in a favorable spot here. But now, G3, they've shown us now that they are eager to come rushing up into the zone. The shots are continuing to fly back and forth. Flacco super low on health. 6 gets the confirmation in with PRZ now picks up 6God in a beautiful trade-off. Buren and Flacco, the last 2 remaining hopefuls, going up against the 2 hopefuls here from Team Umbra. It is going to be PRC and, of course, Shadowin holding up on the opposite end. Are they going to be able to get the confirmation up into 6God? Yes, they do. And with that, those elim numbers just keeps on getting pushed up further and further. And the nades now, of course, getting cooked up as the players here from G3 are looking for that potential opening. Both teams now just utilizing the terrain, trying to ride the storm as long as they can. Shadowin relatively low on health, so that those nades really finding a bit of a point there. Oh, look at the bounce. PRZ almost having that nade come in from behind him. But of course, now Flacco Buren just holding on to the ridgeline. Oh, there we go. Shadowin sends one across, picks up a little bit of damage. But this can swing either which way. We do have blue zone closing on up. Umbra does seem to be in a position where they have to maybe try and utilize that ridge line, but that molly from Shadowin does the deed, and with that, it is now all down to Buden. Buden, of course, a player that can hold his own when under pressure, but is it going to be enough in a 1v2 situation coming up against PRZ and Shadowin as they now come rushing on forward, looking to close it up and seal that chicken dinner? Up comes the rush. Buden coming in with a beautiful backhand force, trying to pick up the hits, continuing the spray, trying to laser through the smoke, picks up the first one onto Shadowin. Is he going to be able to close it out? PRZ and Buden trading off back and forth. Oh, who's going to be the first one? And it is Buden. Sneaks it in, and with that, Umbra gets sent away. What a beautiful play that was coming in from the side there of G3, finishing off with an absolutely phenomenal performance. 16 eliminations. That is the second highest. Well, that is the highest that we see so far in just these two maps.
Look, I was getting my speech ready, I was gonna say, look, I know, G3 Temper didn't win that one, but maybe, they did really well. Never mind. Waden coming through and making sure that it was going to be a G3 winner chicken dinner. And I had my doubts. As I said, I thought, okay, no, surely this is going to go the other side. Surely this is going to go to Team Umbra. They had the advantage. That molly that came through was a beautiful, beautiful contention. And then Waden, left, right, which way am I looking? Which one am I taking first? But absolutely just master play coming through there from G3 Temper. And of course, I mean, Waden has to be just absolutely shouting out of his mind right now that he made that clutch happen.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane to see. And, as I said, leading up to that final zone, G3 is a team that is quite strong when it comes to a map like Miramar, and they just proved that once again. I mean, Buden, I've seen him participate in other events as well, and looking quite comfortable when put in these really challenging positions. So definitely, Buden, in my opinion, taking the MVP slot in this match. That was absolutely beautiful, beautiful plays to come through from that. And I mean, it was quite a tough play. Lusail also still just looking so strong, making it all the way up in towards those last few phases. And it's not all that often that you see three teams actually managing to maintain all four players moving into those late phases, moving into those positions, and then giving us such an absolutely phenomenal performance. But of course, before we continue onwards, right, if you want to join the conversation, be sure to hit us up on the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa social media. You can find us on Facebook as well as on Instagram. And then, of course, well, if you're watching this, you are right here with us on YouTube. But be sure to, let us know what your thoughts are of the progress of these matches coming in, because I've had a look at the chat coming in on YouTube, and there was quite a few people saying that these maps are actually on fire. And I have to say, I agree with them. I mean, we were waiting to see the light being shone on Africa, and this is exactly what we're getting. The team stepping up to the plate and delivering with the action and just giving us some beautiful PUBG plays.
Absolutely, and we couldn't have asked for a better performance coming through from these teams. They are absolutely showing what they've got. And as you mentioned, we're no stranger to Baden. We've seen him many times before doing such crazy things, doing clutches like these before. But now on a different stage, on a global stage, having that opportunity to showcase what they have against other regions, against other teams that they haven't played before today. So absolutely love it.
Yeah, it was absolutely fire, as the kids would say. I'm saying kids, but you know what I mean. But of course, here we have a few highlights coming in from this absolutely insane match we just witnessed. And this is where things kind of started off for you, right? In the early parts of the game, coming through as we moved on in fourth phase, we did see the players there from Team Mercy now also looking to try and create a bit of opening, but unfortunately it proved to be quite a bit of a challenge as we just see those shots coming through. And I mean, so many things just lining on up one after the other. Even the players here from Umbra, look at this. Morteza utilizing that high ground and making it so difficult for the players there from Black, even Slime 4K to advance their way forward. But again, no surprise really seeing that come through from the side of Umbra. We know it is a team that has a lot of experience in the esports scene on several different regions. But here we are, having them now step up and just adding their extra bit of spice, their extra bit of flavor to what we already have cooking on this battlefield.
Absolutely. And I loved what every single player was dishing out on Miramar. They were keeping their heads on a swivel, they were getting involved in those engagements, and they were the ones staying proactive, as we saw with G3 Temper in that final moment, taking that rotation to around the north side there of Lusail, not waiting for the zone to make the decision for them. And of course, Waden, I mean, absolutely just a masterclass coming through, not only making sure that Lusail was taken out for the count, but holding the line against the final players there for Team Umbra, making sure that they were going to be taking this even further. And I just love the activity that was coming through from these players, because there was not a single team that I felt like, you know, was cautious, that was passive. They were actively looking for those eliminations, especially towards the final moments.
But which better map for G3 to kind of rake in a few really strong points, right? Because we know moving up into the next match that they are going to be sitting it out on our second Erangel for the day. And with that, we are going to be seeing the players there from Group D rejoining us. And that is going to be the players there from Intruder, Next Level, 1 Million Esports, and of course, SWAT 69 Africa. So definitely a good performance coming through there from the teams. Well, as you know, we said the players there coming in from the side of G3 Temper, but also in Group C, we had the players from Blackjack as well as Team Myths, and then also Zero Tolerance Skills. Now, it is interesting to see how the teams are kind of faring now that they are meeting each other on the battlefield. And you know, we said we were curious to see what the result of that was going to be, how the teams are going to be looking to push up and where they're going to be going. And so far, I mean, we've seen Lusail step up with that first chicken. We saw the players from G3 now stepping up on Miramar. And now the question comes in is who's going to be the next few teams? Of course, we still have 3 more maps to go for these teams to step up and show us exactly what they've got and what kind of foundation they want to lay for themselves coming into this first day of the first week of the first ever PUBG Mobile Africa.
A lot of firsts coming into that one. But again, just a beautiful, beautiful congratulations there to G3 Temper. Of course, as we mentioned, 16 elimination points and that winner chicken dinner. Total points there of 31. That's absolutely uncalled for, but they did it anyway. Absolutely beautiful performance there for them. And Team Umbra not far behind with those 10 eliminations, getting them close to those 22 overall points. Lusail Esports, again, I felt was so close. You know, they had that early rotation. They made sure they were the first ones to take a good set of real estate there in that final zone, but unfortunately getting overwhelmed with both G3 Temper and Team Umbra taking them apart bit by bit. But still, just a beautiful, beautiful performance coming through from our top 3.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff coming in there. And of course, as we can see those heavy hitters, you know, just there at the top. But of course, if we look down to Cryptics as well, they're sitting, coming there in with their 4 elims, accumulating their 5 points. But the same, of course, going straight over to the players there from Slime, 4KT. Now, as we head over onto our second page, this is where we see where the players from Virtual Gaming find themselves alongside YONKOUS. And of course, both these teams joining us into this match. YONKOUS stepping up there as well now from that Group D. And Super Young Stars also right there. But a really healthy distribution coming in with these elims. All the teams stepping up. Zero Tolerance. Not quite sure what happened in that one, but you know, there's still some room, there's still some space to bring in some changes, to potentially bring in a few points. You know, it is only the first day and there's a lot that can still come from this, but an absolutely beautiful showing coming through on our first Miramar for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. And now, as I've mentioned before, next up is going to be us heading straight over in towards Erangel. And we did see a few strong players coming through in the first showing on Erangel, but now as we move into the second Erangel, this is where we have another mix of teams coming through. Once again, as I said before, Group C are going to be sitting this one out, so I'm curious to see what the players there from Group E are going to be bringing to the battlefield, as this is going to be their first Erangel.
It's going to be their first Erangel, and they've just had a fantastic warm up there on Miramar. So for some of the teams that are sitting out now, they're going to be rethinking their strategies. Okay, how did that go through? What would we have wanted to change? This is an opportunity for them to really strategize and maybe just retouch things up when they come back into the fray. But as you mentioned, now Group E starting off with their Erangel, and we've seen what they did on Miramar. It was absolutely fantastic. So I'm thinking that we're going to be seeing a very, very different Erangel coming through, because, I mean, those teams have to be hyped. G3 Temper. I
Yep.
mean, I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we saw such an upgraded play coming through from a lot of the players here, and a lot of the teams stepping up into this Miramar map, and that actually ties in so beautifully with our Oppo Reno 6 series, with upgraded performance and upgraded fun to celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, absolutely fantastic start to our first two matches, and of course, we are going to be hopping into our break while we get ready for our third match to make onto the battlefield. Hello and welcome back. We're getting to roll with our third match. Getting ready to roll with our third match. And of course, we've seen some pretty exciting action coming through in our first two matches. If you missed it, ooh, you missed out on some fantastic players. But of course, now for our third match, we are going to be having the players from Group A, Group B, Group D, and E stepping up to the plate. And without any delay, we are hopping straight up into the plane to see where our flight path is going to be going. And this is once again where the action is just going to come on rolling on through as we have the team stepping up. They'll have to just hit us with some beautiful action. Of course, a little bit of a change coming through with that flight path, heading a little bit further on towards that eastern side. And the teams are going to need some extra energy to make their way if they are looking to go all the way over on towards that western side. And all of that is going to be determined by this first phase. But speaking about energy, we got to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Now, we got to wait to see what that zone's going to bring is. And do you have any predictions before it pops?
I don't know. I mean, the zone's been behaving so far, but then we came through on Miramar and it just decided to literally just avoid every possible team. So I'm expecting a little cheek. I'm expecting that zone to pull towards George Pool and Hospital and just be absolutely horrible to most of our teams coming through because they're not going to be prepared for that one. Still quite a few teams dropping there towards military base as well. So we might be seeing Super Young Sods and Next Level be very happy with themselves as that zone pulls towards the eastern side. And Milta is relatively unscathed. So 1 million will be pulling into a free site right now. So this is a fantastic zone for some of the teams who really prefer that southern eastern side.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting because like when Max and I were doing the qualifiers coming into this, we did see quite a few freak zones making their way onto the battlefield as well. And of course, here we have yet another one. Now, Max called it the African Spice, right? He blamed it on me, and well, I'll take the blame for that. But now I can't really do that anymore because we've got a strong representation rather coming in for the entirety of the Africa region. And of course, we can see the teams now getting ready to move. We do have a little bit of potential action all the way up in towards Savernhy, but this heavy eastern shift, southeastern shift, this is going to be quite an interesting play. And I mean, this is where we could maybe even see that eastern bridge being brought in. Of course, there's been a few changes brought into the kind of setup with the bridges as well. So I'm curious to see how the teams are actually going to be utilizing those changes coming through.
Yeah, absolutely holding on that eastern line. So, I mean, this might shorten the rotation times that we're going to be seeing and might lengthen some of those engagements like we might be seeing here between virtual gaming and a few of the other teams much closer to, I guess, what they would have wanted to. So for some of these teams who are already finding themselves in a position like, you know, virtual gaming and of course Team Unique, they might be seeing an early contention because they won't have to worry so much about those rotations. They can focus a little bit more time on fighting, getting a couple of eliminations, and maybe making it a little bit easier for them down the line when we move into those final zones. So I'm loving to see, hopefully, maybe a change of pace. I also don't want to see Mad Knights trying to take on anyone just yet. I feel like they've been very consistent so far, but maybe they might take this one a little bit more passively, a little bit more cautiously, and hold the line a little further. I mean, ultimately, we've only got a handful of teams outside the zone, DK. So what are you expecting the change in play coming through for this?
Well, I really want to see that bridge play coming through, but of course now, you know, we're not quite sure whether or not that is going to be the situation. But speaking about situations, right? The Masters and Slime 4KT find themselves right up in towards Yasnaya. Each team on the opposite end. We've got the players there from the side of the Masters taking that eastern side, with the players from 4KT taking the western side. And speaking about sides, of course, Unique, they're not going to be choosing any sides. They're going to go on the side of aggression as they're going to be looking to push right up on towards virtual gaming. And one shot, ooh, having some beautiful support coming in there from Petrox. As we can see, Unique now getting caught out in quite a unique position as they've now been reduced down to only 2 remaining players. And Chills and Scope are going to be facing quite a bit of a challenge here.
And it does look like they still want to contend for this. They still want to try and get a little bit of revenge here, maybe get some confirmations on their side. But they need to be careful here because, as you mentioned, beautiful, beautiful support coming through for one shot from Petrox from that long distance line of sight. And now the rest of Virtual Gaming surely should be aware of the same situation here, looking to support their fellow teammates in this aggression. But for Team Unique, surely we want to see a little bit of a rotation here, maybe a regrouping, as of course Chills and Scope very far from each other at the moment here. So if they were to take a fight, if they were to take an engagement here, I don't think it will be ending well for either of them. So we can see, of course, Chills getting out of the situation and Skirp just holding the line, waiting for hopefully Virtual Gaming to just get out and leave them alone so they can get out of the situation. Turning our attention to some of the other teams, taking those rotations in. We still have the likes of Cryptics there towards Stalber, who also still need to make the rotation in. And I mean, for the rest of the teams, they're in zone already. It's only Team Unique really, and of course, as we're looking Virtual Gaming, who are still on that outside line far, far north. So the more time they waste here, the more time they might be seeing later on as teams are going to be shooting at them trying to get into zone.
Yeah, and of course we do have that blue zone now also starting to make its way forward, just to kind of forcing those rotations to come through now. But speaking about forcing, we do have the players there from YONKOUS now forcing Umbra into potentially a difficult position, as Umbra is currently positioned up in towards school. YONKOUS, of course, over on towards that Rozhok side. And we did see a little bit of the action coming through in the kill feed. They were having a bit of a disagreement over on towards that Rozhok hill just north there of that school position. But the rest of the zone is looking relatively comfortable, and things are starting to quiet down ever so slightly up here on in towards Savoni. But that big bad blue zone is starting to make its way on through. And this is where we now look to see what the players from Virtual Gaming and, of course, Unique are going to be doing. But it does seem like Virtual Gaming are looking to clear out each compound, each building as they move forward, trying to track down what is left of Unique.
For Scap, this is literally the worst possible situation here because they're investing this time. They're investing this time into getting as many of the players of Team Unique out for the count. Of course, Chills is already taking the disengagement, has already unfortunately left Scap alone to their own devices to hold off the line and potentially hold. I mean, I would hope they would survive, but that's literally just going to come down to how they're going to handle the push coming through here from Virtual Gaming. And they're getting so close, literally neighbors right now, looking for that final player. And with that blue zone rolling on in, now that adds a little bit of pressure as they need to make their way at least to Yasnaya to get into safety. Of course, many of the other teams have done so already. And somehow, I wanted to bring this up, SWAT 69 was holding that bridge line and as well with 1 million. So I thought Intruders might be looking to, get, unfortunately, a little bit contained there. But for the time being, we're not seeing that contention coming through. So now just Virtual Gaming, get into zone. Get out of here.
Yeah, but I mean, aside from the players here of Unique and Virtual Gaming holding on to this northern side, as you pointed out, we also still have the players here from Lusail all the way over in towards Georgia Pool, which is quite some distance away from the current zone. And I mean, Virtual Gaming, looking at them now, starting to apply a bit of pressure onto the side there of Unique. I'm not quite sure whether or not it's really worth all the damage that could be coming through from this blue zone. Yes, it is only the first phase. It's not going to be too potent just yet. It's not going to be too dangerous. But any engagements they do get in with good old Mr. Scope here, it could be quite costly because, yes, they do have quite a few bandages. But, I mean, applying bandages while driving is not always the easiest thing to do. But up comes Alphalugi, now looking to see if they can find their way on in. And speaking of the bandages, that is exactly what we see come through. And meanwhile, the rest of the teams are just looking to find some interesting angles to secure within the zone. Of course, we have the players there from the Super Young Stars, as well as the players coming in from the side there of Triple Esports, rotating in from that western side. And the zone just centering up so beautifully on itself. And the teams now have the opportunity to move in. Umbra already smacked up center zone with a few teams in the vicinity, but nothing to be too worried about just yet. However, we do see 4KT and the players there from YONKOUS just on the outskirts, still holding on to that Rozhok school position.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with Lusail coming through, Lusail might be going straight into 4KT, and of course, YONKOUS might be getting caught in a little bit of collateral damage there. So many of the teams still having to make that decision. Okay, are we going to take this fight like virtual gaming? Of course. Now, are we going to still hunt for scrap, or are we just going to rotate on through? Because the zone is really starting to chunk through Petrox. I mean, Petrox wasn't looking too healthy there for the moment as well. So I think they'd want to get themselves out of that situation as quickly as possible. Now, SWAT 69 moving on in, might be heading right into Wasted here, who's holding the roof line, saying, no, thank you. This is my building. Try the next one over. El Chapo is going to be immediately just getting out of that situation, right back to the team. Let's not push this one forward. Let's not mess with Wasted. He likes his roof. Leave it to him. It's his.
Yeah. I mean, Wasted looking to just enjoy the patio, you know, like just chill there on the top.
Get some
just,
sun.
Yeah, that's what you do when you are on Erangel, going up against the beautiful selection of teams we have up in this lobby. But as we can see, the players there from Umbra now just to come rushing on forward. Meanwhile, as we transition over towards Prison, this is where Darkness and the Masters could be coming into a little bit of a back and forth. We do see Whiskey position up on the hill. Angelo also now on the opposite side, just trying to make their way around, get a good assessment of what is going on. And Prison is not a bad position. It is currently in the more northern region rather of the zone. But I'm curious to see where this next shift is going to be taking us. We did also see the players there from Cryptics rotating a little bit further on towards Malta Power, securing themselves that eastern kind of angle. But several more teams still having to trickle in from the western side, and we're not seeing too much of an aggressive push really coming into center zone itself. A lot of the teams still just trying to maybe play a bit of edge, maybe just spread themselves out close to center, but not smack dab center.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Triple Esports is also going to be holding that bridge line. As you can see, many of the teams making those rotations just towards the southern part of the farm, getting closer and closer towards Milta, and they are right towards the end there of that bridge from the military base there. So they could be holding next level in a very difficult situation here, because that's an opportunity for them. Just sit and wait and basically it's like shooting fish in a barrel. So we'll see how that one ends up. Team Unique still making the rotation into zone, of course. Scap somehow still alive into this one, right behind Virtual Gaming. And Slime4KT spotting out Lusail now, looking for a little bit of something here, but just not making the connections as of yet. Up until this point, DK, I feel like we've had a very, very cautious Erangel. We're not seeing any teams, of course, dropping, similar to what we saw in the first one, but I think a few more cautious approaches coming through from the teams. They want to make sure they get into that final spots.
Well, it's either cautious or calculated. So I'd like to lean towards calculated, you know, give everyone the benefit of the doubt and just saying it like this is going exactly according to plan. But of course, now speaking about plan, YONKOUS coming up with a plan of their own as they're rolling up right onto Slime4KT. A little bit of a costly engagement as they only pick up one elim from that aimer, going right on down. Not quite sure whether or not Zeus, Storm, and Plaza are going to let that one slide. As you see, YONKOUS now having to bite the bullet as the shots now are applied towards them. Lewis trying to sneak up from just outside of the blue zone. It does seem like the rest of the team getting sent away in despair. And this is quite the hurtful turn now as Lewis just saw the rest of his team getting sent away, and he is now the only remaining hopeful. Slime4KT, of course, not going to let them get away with this one so easily as Plaza just evens it out, and with that runs YONKOUS right back into the lobby. Of course, 15 teams now remain. YONKOUS getting sent away with 2 elims under their belt, and it's a very comfortable 4. A beautiful squad wipe coming in now for Slime4KT.
You know, that's never a comfortable position to just turn around and see the front end of a buggy approaching at Mach speed. It's unfortunately not a great space to be in. So YONKOUS is going to be going out in 16th, as we've mentioned. And now we look towards Lusail Esports. Now, they haven't been so lucky in the previous maps that we've seen, especially on Miramar. They made that early rotation. They found themselves a beautiful spot in zone. And then it just came to the cost of unfortunate chaos as they were a little bit overwhelmed with all of the teams making their rotations on in. So we'll see how they hold the line this time around. Skirp and Chills have managed to reunite, but for how long is the question? With Team Umbra coming through and putting in a couple of bullets right into the back there of Chills. With Skirp trying to get the roofline here and get a confirmation on Wasted, but it's not going to be the case. Now Chills down left with barely any HP, will unfortunately be going down, and fantastic work here for Team Umbra to at least pick up a kill, as unfortunately there was one just stolen away from them. With so many of the other teams pulling on in and hearing all of the commotion going down, they're looking to take themselves a piece of the action.
Yeah, that was a nice defensive play coming in there from the side of Wasted, just looking so calm, cool and collected, not even flinching as that rush come in. But I gotta say, that was quite an impressive rotation coming through from the players there of Unique. We saw them all the way up towards the north. They managed to survive the majority of the blue zone while being quite separated, and fortunately making it all the way in towards that center zone. But now the pressure is going to be on, because we are now still sitting with 14 teams, 54 players still alive, and everyone's going to be looking to step up and claim a little bit of that prize for themselves. We do see the players here from Next Level now bringing in the bridge, and we can see those changes on the bridge looking absolutely fantastic. But here we are on Next Level, going to be looking to take it up one step, as we also have the players there from Intruder just positioned a little bit further away, and now finding themselves in a beautiful setup on that southern edge. And this is where Triple Esports are gonna have to be. Well, English, please, DK. They're gonna have to be. I did it again. So careful with how they play this kind of position, because Next Level is applying the pressure coming in from the south, but also then the pressure is still coming in from the players there of Intruder, positioned very well in those compounds just inside of the zone.
Absolutely, and as you said, unfortunately, they're in a little bit of a sandwich here, and next level right now is applying the pressure, looking for those confirmations. Maestro going to be going down from it, just behind the ridge line, trying to get an angle here, but for how long can they hold out? Might just have to take the vehicle and get on out of the situation, because the longer they delay this fight, the longer they give an opportunity to Intruders, as you mentioned, to come through from the back line and get a third party here. Let's get some cover, let's hold the line and get into zone. So now Master and From is still alive, reunited thankfully, and have a good crossfire coming through as those rotations have to, of course, be applied. Intruder now, of course, hearing all of the commotion, looking to get a piece of the action, as anyone would in this situation. And weirdly enough, I honestly thought Triple Esports and Next Level, that fight would have gone a different way.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one, but you know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And speaking about cookies, the players here from Cryptics are going to be rotating in. That was the weirdest segue, but whichever way, here we go. We got Darkness now also just trying to pick up a few shots in the direction there of Virtual Gaming, but Cryptics are actually rolling up right alongside them. So we could see quite a bit of a fight now starting to erupt for control of that northern portion. But I mean, this position coming in from Darkness, it is looking absolutely beautiful. They have control of that compound. They have that angle within the buildings, and it's a good foothold to have there, but of course it's not the best position to be in, because they still need to focus on getting themselves situated within the zone. However, if we look onto 4KT, they got that northern section pretty dialed in for the time being, and of course Virtual Gaming are going to be trying to go toe-to-toe with Masters, and we do see the players there from SWAT 69 now getting rushed by the Darkness. Or will we see some enlightenment coming in as SWAT 69 looks to light it up? But Darkness also now going to be trying to close it up. And with that, ooh, they almost succeed in getting a beautiful squad wipe. It is now down to Twix, the last remaining hopeful for the side of SWAT 69. The reinforcements just keep on rolling on through. In Darkness, still having all four players up. We do see Whiskey, Manuel, and everyone just quickly trying to get themselves ready and prepped up. But this is where I don't want to be Twix, because the pressure is mounting. Twix now trying relentlessly to defend this position, but there's utilities finding the way up through the window. It is only going to require one more to find Ed's spot, and up comes the one from Whiskey. Oh, it doesn't really land, not causing enough, but this is the opportunity now for Darkness to come rushing in. Twix holding his own, picks up the first one. Up comes the rest of the team. Is they going to get the trade-off? Does pick up another one. Twix going toe-to-toe, 2 for 2 so far. He's going to pick up the last two players. Oh, yes! Picks up Moment. one more player stands between Twix, but it is not going to be enough. Whiskey comes through, puts him on the rocks, and with that, oh, a very abrupt end right there for them as the players there from SWAT 69 get sent away. But of course, next level, not going to let this opportunity slide as they too now come rushing in, applying their own pressure.
Absolutely, and as I wanted to say, one singular well-placed nade might be the end for Darkness here, and you can see Next Level throwing all of their utility into Whiskey as they're trying to get those reses coming through, but unfortunately not having a moment to spare. The pressure is not letting up for them, unfortunately, desperately trying to get themselves into this, out of the situation, but Next Level really looking not only for this building, not only for the cover, but also that confirmation coming through with a beautifully well-placed nade there from Gaddafi as we see Darkness out for the count. 12 teams now left alive and rotation still making their way. Mad Knight, of course, just there towards the edge of the zone. And DK, here we've got an opportunity now, of course, for Virtual Gaming and Masters to take a little bit of a line of sight and get some eliminations.
Yep, definitely a beautiful opportunity to come here. But of course, we do see that that kill feed now just getting lit up as the players there from Super Young Stars are causing quite a bit of carnage onto the players from the side of Triple Esports. And Masters now finding themselves in quite the predicament. They've got several teams now having to move up in their direction. Also, we have a few taps coming in from the side there of 1 million position down towards that southern side. So this is where Masters needs to be super careful as we have all the teams now almost rushing up in their direction. Of course, the players here from the Super Young Stars, sending out some beautiful mollies there. Kingerman is the last one of two players left now for the side here of Mad Knight. And with that, Joker is not even kidding around, comes strafing out from the corner. And with that, sends the players there from Mad Knight right on away down to our final 10 teams to see who's going to be the team to reign supreme and bring in that winner chicken dinner. Of course, wasted now, quickly going to be rushing forward, but will he make it into safety?
That's exactly what we want to find out, and that doesn't look to be the case as the bullets come flying on through from Masters Esports, who are looking for a little bit of action of their own. Of course, Slimepool KT just wilding out here, trying to find an option, and the play zone seeming to do a little bit of damage of its own, finding one of the players there from Next Level, who are now down officially to a solo. 4KT still desperately trying to find an angle here, and they want to get involved in the conversation, they want to get involved in the fight, but now how do they do that when all of these bullets are flying right across their face? Intruders in the kill feed as well with 1 million, who are down to 2 players left alive as well, could be said there for Intruders. Everyone getting on the kill feed right now, getting into the conversation here, DK, and now we've got 9 teams left alive in such a tiny area.
Oh, it is going to be absolute carnage. You can see Intruder now all the way down in that far southern side. Definitely going to be quite a challenge to make a good and successful rotation back up in towards the zones. We've got so many teams focusing their efforts right on towards them, but 1 million are going to be looking to utilize the advantage here. Not quite sure whether or not they're going to be able to capitalize on that as Knight gets picked right on up. Masters, however, also going to be looking to add a little bit of insult to injury, but here we go. The players now, of course, coming in from the side there of Virtual Gaming are going to be looking to push their way on forward. Virtual Gaming taking that 9th position in the previous match, but are they going to be able to get past it in this one as the pressure is on? Well, 1 million could have a 1 in a million rather chance to make their way back into that zone in one piece. But of course, Masters, Bamboo, is not going to be looking to allow that play to come through just yet, as we do see the players now all looking to converge back up into zone. Ban gets taken down, and what a beautiful play this is by 1 million.
Absolutely, they are just punishing anyone and everyone who's trying to look at them, even just a little bit funny. So at the moment, they are literally dishing out every single bit of damage they possibly can to any of the teams who are just trying to get a line of sight onto them. And Masters Esports actually might be finding a little bit of something there towards Dexter, taking them down to barely a sliver of HP. But of course, Cryptics in the kill feed, they're taking out, unfortunately, Super Young Stars, who are down to dire straits at this moment. So much damage put through, and Cryptics as well, everyone getting involved here, but 1 million Knights looking for the confirmation here. Masters Esports not feeling all too healthy, down to 1 single player still alive.
Oh, and it is just jam-packed action coming in on the southeastern side, and of course with that, the Super Young Stars get sent back But now, down to our final 5 teams. You can see the players there from Cryptics now looking to step on up as they do line up that kill feed. And up comes the players here now from 1 million, having to find a good position into zone. We do have a little bit of a cheeky rotation coming in there with a vehicle unknown for next level. It's going to be the last remaining survivor. The pressure is on as they are caught in a bit of a Vincent maneuver coming through from both Cryptics and 1 million. But with that, Dexter finds the devastating blow and off they go right back to that lobby. Now, 4 teams left. It is going to be Lusail in the top 4 once again. Are they going to be able to push through into the top 3? 1 million now getting themselves caught in a very difficult position, trying to make up for some lost ground here, but the blue zone is going to be forcing their hand as we can see Eflex now looking to push. Good Lazy Boy quickly sending out a few of those smokes, just trying to cover up that quick reposition, that quick relocation coming through. But of course, the zone has shifted up right in favor of the players there from the side of Cryptic. So now all they need to do is hold strong, hold on, and just defend their position. Of course, players there from Slime 4KT looking to push around that eastern side. Of course, Lusail up in towards the north. Could be some clear rotational pass for them heading straight up in towards the zone, but they've got to be super careful, super wary of the high ground positions in which we do see the players here from Slime 4K, of course, 1 million, but 1 million down to a solo player.
That was your solo player who is just looking to stay out of trouble and hopefully make it further in those placements. And for Lusail Esports here now, the rotations that they have to make, you'd expect the one that they want to go to, unfortunately, has to go straight through Slime 4KT's path, and Storm is going to be the first one to start off the hello, how you doing? The congratulations, welcome to our territory from Slime 4KT up to Lusail Esports, who are desperately trying to find a path, a safe path into the zone, and the zone I was talking about, it comes through and finds Salam. Now Lusail Esports down to 2 players still left alive, running around and standing. Slime 4KT desperately trying to get those final nails in the coffin so they can focus on the other enemies surrounding them and encircling them as the zone gets smaller and smaller.
But strangely enough, the players here from Lusail still managing to survive their way on through, and Wanted picking up a quick head up on towards Storm. And now 4KT down to Plaza. Not quite sure whether or not Plaza is going to be able to get himself out of that position. Wanted now getting picked on up. It is down to Watson for the side there of Lusail, and Senke just comes through with a few beautiful spray downs. But with that, the tables keep on turning. Lusail not going down without a fight just yet. They are going to be fighting for their position in the zone. Of course, the players here from Cryptics, being the only team currently sitting on 4 players, are going to be looking to just fortify their numbers. We do see Lazy Boy is down. Senke holding up that front line. Slime 4KT down to 2. Oh, with that, Watson blows himself up. Not quite sure if that was intentional. But either way, they do get sent away with 3 elims to their name. Slime 4KT now still back onto those 2 players. We do see Storm getting rest on up, and down he goes once again. Blaza now feeling the pressure as he sends out a few of those grenades, trying to just alleviate a little bit of the pressure. But up comes Senke. Beautiful reposition, and with that, it is signed, sealed, delivered. It is now 1 million's final player, Dexter, up against the entirety of Cryptics. Is this impossible? Not quite sure, but it is going to be a 1 in a million play for 1 million to try and make it out of this one, to claim that winner chicken dinner already, as we can see 7 elims for the team of 1 million esports. Absolutely fantastic play, and with that, Senke sends them backing. It is done. It is closed off, and with that, the 3rd match comes to an end. The players there, of course, from the side of Cryptics, reigning supreme, bringing in their winner chicken dinner. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I mean, we've been wanting to see the team step up. We've been wanting to see those chicken dinners going to as many different teams, and absolutely fantastic to see Cryptics now stepping up and claiming their first chicken.
Absolutely. I love that we are continuing the streak of a different team for a different map taking the winner chicken dinner. And so far, it seems like we're not going to be stopping anytime soon. There were so many teams towards that final zone that I felt like it could have swung either way. Slime 4KT was in a great position. Lusail started off in a really great position as well, and they've been consistent in making it to those top 4 positions. So I'm expecting a little bit of something coming through in the other maps for them. But otherwise, I can't take away that performance there from Cryptics. They were in dire straits at one point. I think they had 2 players down trying to get the reses. They're getting shot from every single possible direction, and they made it work. So absolutely well done to them.
Yeah, well, it kind of comes to show why we saw Cryptics advancing so far through the esports scene, making it all the way up into PMGC just last year. So definitely the experience really coming through on the battleground here. We can see them managing to hold on to all their players and just pushing up into those late few phases. But definitely quite an interesting turn of events. Not only did we have a relatively strange zone to start things off with, heading all the way over on towards that southeastern side, but the team's really stepping up to the plate. And this is the beauty of it, is it is so difficult to really predict who is going to fare extremely well, as you know, it all depends on kind of what the RNG is bringing to the table on these maps, and the team is really up for the challenge here.
It's exactly that, and that's the question we've been posing this entire night. As this is the first day, we want to get some more information. We want to see how these teams are faring with each other and how that dynamic changes, obviously, as we have the groups switching in and out, switching in and out. Cryptics, of course, having a fantastic time this time around with the mix of groups, taking that winner chicken dinner and a good amount of kills to back it up. And I think that's also another trend that we've been seeing. You know, the winners that we've been seeing coming through haven't just been getting the winner chicken dinner points, you know, those 15 points on top. They've been sprinkling 15, 16 kills, making 30 plus point games every single time they get a win. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and of course we know those elim points are absolutely essential. We've seen teams do miraculous things with that 1 point being awarded per elimination, and the team's really bringing it in so hard, bring in some interesting rotations, some rather challenging plays coming through from that as well. But of course, that was our third match. Absolutely beautiful plays, beautiful action finding its way on the battlefield once again, and I'm quite excited to see what's going to be happening as we move a little bit closer to our next match, which is going to be heading right over on towards Sanoff. So quite a bit of a expectation coming through on that. But before we go anywhere, we are going to be having a quick look at a few of the highlights from this match we just had.
And it was just a beautiful performance. Of course, YONKOUS unfortunately wouldn't have said that because they had a buggy straight through the face. But for the likes of Next Level and Triple Esports, Next Level making it across that bridge relatively unscathed, and then still putting a couple of pressure points there onto Triple Esports, ultimately ensuring that they were disengaging. And this fight, Twix, you absolute mad lad, holding the line, taking down 3 of the players of Darkness, rolling up into the building. It was absolutely crazy. And then, of course, Next Level was just so quick to make sure that they wouldn't get that final confirmation. So, unfortunately, there was really just no good luck going through there for Darkness, but they got themselves a few eliminations on top of the board.
Oh, those nades get me every single time. But look at this Joker. I mean, he had his poker face on right there. He was ready for that fight. Beautiful scraping coming through right there. And I mean, some really interesting shots also coming in from the players here of the Masters. Really just capitalizing on the angles. But essentially, you got to give it to 1 million, right? I said there was a 1 in a million chance. 1 in a million. Wow, I'm struggling with this today. To find a good rotation into zone, and they pulled it off. They managed to make that move all the way in, and they've made it up into the very late phases. So big ups going out to the players there from 1 million. Some really valiant efforts being put in, but of course, Cryptics, you got to give credit where it's due.
Absolutely. I'm so glad to see that they came through with the winner chicken dinner, that they got that confirmation, because they were one of the teams that I was waiting for. I was so scared for the rest of these teams to see the likes of Cryptics with that experience that they had coming through. And I think they've taken their time. You know, they got the information they needed, and they used it to absolute perfection on our second Erangel of the day.
Well, speaking of second Erangel, we are going to be hopping into our first Sanok of the day. So on that, we are going to be moving into a quick break while we get everything ready for our fourth match. Be sure to stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Now, our first few matches have been absolutely fire. We've seen Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel once again. And of course, we are prepping ourselves to head up into a little bit more of that Sandog action. But before we go anywhere, we have to take a look at the insanity that was the previous Erangel. Of course, Cryptics dropping us off there with a lovely 23 points to bring out in rather those 8 elims. But of course, 1 million esports sneaking their way on through up into that second place, managing to just survive so long in that past map. And of course, that alongside the players there from Slime4 KT bring in their 9 eliminations, putting them right on par with the players there from 1 million esports, 19 points apiece. And of course, Lusail, next level, also bringing in those double-digit points. And that is going to make it quite comfortable for these teams as they make their way not only closer to the end of the day, but also that much closer to our second day. As we do know, only 16 teams are going to be moving from this point over in towards the finals. So the more points they are able to secure, the better it is going to be for them, and the more likely it will be for us to see them actually featuring in our first Super Weekend.
Absolutely, they want to get as many points as possibly they can, and I feel like we had a better distribution of the kills this time around, although the bottom teams maybe weren't so happy with that one. They didn't get as much as they would have wanted to. So unfortunately for some of those teams, they're lacking in that department a bit. But I feel like this Erangel, we had the most even distribution, even if I can say that, even though we were a little bit top heavy, we still had a lot of teams picking up, like we said, those 5 to 9 to 7 points, even though they weren't in the top 3, which is fantastic for them because that just adds and gets them closer and closer and closer to that super weekend. So we'll see how that's going to go through into, of course, our fourth game of the day. What are your predictions, DK? What are you feeling?
Ooh, well, seeing that we are right back on the lovely desert once again, this is where I'm not quite sure. I mean, we are also now seeing the players from Group C back in action once again, and of course the players there from Group B are going to be sitting this one out. That will of course be Lusail Esports, the players there from Super Young Stars, RTG, and of course Triple Esports. But I mean, we did see the players there from G3 Temper having an absolutely phenomenal run on our first Miramar. And we could potentially maybe see another repeat of that. But I'm also pretty sure that, a team like Cryptics, for instance, could be looking to dial up their performances. They did have a little bit of a taste coming in with their chicken just now on Erangel, so maybe we could be seeing them step up. But another team that I'm also looking to see what they'll be bringing to the table will of course be the players coming in there from the side of Slime4 KT. We're waiting for that play, waiting for YONKOUS to step it up. We're waiting also then for the players there from Mad Knight not to get into any fight in the early game.
Yeah, look, I would be curious to see if they're going to continue that streak there towards Picardo. We'll see how that ends up going through. But also, Lusail Esports, again, being so consistent, getting into those top 4s, I'm wanting them to take it further. But I can also understand, the teams that have already gotten themselves a winner chicken dinner might just be running that momentum train for the rest of the evening. Now, looking at that zone, I mean, I feel like it's giving quite a fair distribution of space for the teams. Rotations aren't too bad here.
But of course, also the flight path was also quite satisfying. And speaking about, we do see the players there from Slime4 KT getting hit pretty hard as, Weiss from the side of Intruder.
I wasn't expecting it so soon.
Into the building, finding themselves an absolutely beautiful plane. Some pretty good, a bit of aggression coming in. We do see also Wasted here alongside Faluji there from the side of Virtual Gaming. So some pretty fair trade-offs coming in as the teams are getting ready to step themselves up. And, they're going to need that extra bit of energy to continue to push on through. And with that is, of course, where we give a big shout out to Monster Energy, once again, our official energy drink partner. So, I'm hoping to see a few monstrous plays come in, if I could be as bold to say that. But, definitely the teams have not been disappointing whatsoever.
Not at all. I feel like everyone has really been getting the gears started tonight, and I'm wondering if this is the point where we're going to be seeing, that turning pace. Maybe we're going to be seeing the peak for some of these teams really bringing out all the stops they possibly have been holding onto for the beginning parts of our series tonight, because now, it's starting to get a little bit of pressure. Of course, we still have tomorrow, but for some of the other teams, they want to start off with an absolutely fantastic foundation, as we said in the pre-show, to get themselves into the Super Weekend. They want as little stress going into the rest of this weekend so that they can thoroughly prepare for that Super Weekend coming through, because that's where the points matter. So I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing some of the teams really starting off on a fantastic foot here. And SWAT 69, also a team that we saw them rolling up on Cryptics in our first map. And then, now Cryptics is taking the winner chicken dinner. I'm waiting for SWAT 69 to do something similar.
Well, we have to wait and see how that kind of pans out. But of course, we do see Twix. He is right up there holding on to the high ground. So maybe we could see a few more boss level plays coming through there from the side of Twix. But, I'm curious to see at what point the teams are going to start to dial in their plays, because after this match, there's only one left, right? And then tomorrow is the final day. It's the last opportunity they have to try and qualify for that Super Weekend. So the stakes are going to be pretty high. So the longer they take, the more pressure they'll find themselves under to try and kind of bring in the necessary points. And of course, we can see the points currently up on the top of the screen there, with the teams situated from that 9th to 12th place. And of course, then we have 13th to 16th, and that's kind of where you want to be, up towards that 16th place. But as we can see, there's not a lot of points really separating the teams sitting from 13th all the way to that 20th place, or even 19th places. Intruder still find themselves in a good position, but look at that, Lusail just a little bit ahead of where G3 is. And anything could change if G3 has their way coming into this Miramar. We could definitely see a pretty strong performance coming through once again. But ideally, we would like to see that consistency. And one team that has been super consistent so far has been Lusail.
And I mean, there's a reason for that when you look at the points. Absolutely making sure that they're getting into those top 4, just bit by bit, getting those placement points and a few kill points every single time. Yes, they haven't been getting the winner chicken dinner, but again, you just need to make sure you're in that top 16 to go through to Super Weekend. And so far, they are really making sure that they are going to be one of the shoe-ins to do so. So yes, I do see quite a few changes still possibly, as we see, there's like barely a point, maybe 2 points difference as we start to trickle down those standings. That could literally mean the difference between playing in Super Weekend or not. So for these teams, every single decision counts. Every single map that they have an opportunity to play is starting to count. Absolutely, to the point of criticality. If they don't get it now.
100% agree with you on that. I mean, we've seen this many times in previous PMPLs where, teams who find themselves moving into the Super Weekends have a great opportunity to establish a good basis once again. I mean, I always talk about the foundations. I always say that it's absolutely essential for teams to come in and set up that foundational work, get those points kind of laid down, that it's, a little bit easier for them if they have an off day to kind of bounce back and still maintain a position that they would ideally want themselves to be in. But again, this is where we look to see at what point these teams are going to come to that kind of conclusion. They need to step it up. They need to push. And I mean, yes, I understand it is the first day. Of course, you can only use that for so long, right? We're on the 4th match. We're about to, make it into not only our first zone closure, but we are getting that much closer to getting to the end of this 4th game. So whatever opportunities they have coming their way, they need to try and grab those with everything within their capabilities. And of course, some good rotations are always going to be quite essential, but we did see that flight zone looking relatively comfortable, right? Really not challenging the teams all too much. And also then with that first phase coming through, it was, again, something that the teams could really make a lot of use of. And speaking about use, we do see next level Alana also stepping up and just putting a quick end to Twix. I think that was a good play, because we did see Twix really popping off just then on Erangel. So that's a good start, finding some devastating blows into teams. I think it's a good way to make some well-needed advances.
Yeah, getting some of the key players off of the board always makes it a little bit easier for you when we go down the line, get into those final moments. You want to cripple, I mean, a good example, Broly, as much as possible when he was a one-man army there towards some of the first maps that we saw. So taking down those numbers just bit by bit really makes a difference. And rotations, as we were talking about them, so easy, so easy going. Teams can really focus on just getting a good position, taking their time, and maybe engaging a little bit more, getting a few more eliminations. But for the most part, everything is pretty relaxed. And the spread that we have on Miramar currently, also it's the easiest, the best spread that we've seen so far. You know, I'm not
Yeah.
really seeing points of contention, so much space between the teams, as we can see, up until, you know, they obviously get into those final zones. For now, they've got time. They can just relax,
Yeah.
DK. They can have a nice stroll, you know, on Miramar, take a good tour of the mountains, maybe take a couple of photos for back home. But nothing crazy happening just yet.
Ooh, but of course, as we look onto the next zone shift, it is centering up towards Picado, the San Martini Hills there. And ooh, this is going to be quite an interesting play to make because the teams can really move up. We do have Power Grid also still kind of being in play over on towards that western side of the zone. And this is now where the teams are looking to hone those positional plays a little bit more, right? It's not necessarily essential for them to get into any aggressive plays just yet, but definitely setting yourself up for those coming phases is going to be absolutely essential, particularly on a map of the size with such a intricate terrain to really utilize. And you know, it opens up those opportunities for teams to get themselves into angles which could be quite challenging for the opposing teams to really defend. And we see a lot of high ground particularly being available where these teams and the zone itself is currently positioned.
Yeah, still quite a few buildings as well. Of course, there was San Martin and Picado involved. Of course, you know, we saw Picado with Mad Knight coming through, and this time again, they're there with Team Myth. So I don't know if we're going to have a repeat of that contention coming through, maybe a little bit of a revenge grudge fight, as we can see. But Cryptics, also one of the last teams making their rotations in, everyone looking very healthy, still 16 teams alive. You know, we only really have two teams, maybe Blackjack Esports, if they can't get that res coming through, that aren't really up to full stack, that don't have all of their numbers to work with. So I'm really looking forward to see how this next zone shift is going to force these teams into an issue, because if it pulls down towards Picado, ooh, there's a few teams there that are going to unfortunately be put under pressure because they won't have the zone to themselves. No. They're going to have to share it with quite a few teams. But then on the other hand, if it pulls up to Hacienda del Paton, well, then it's anyone's gain. Anyone who gets there first is going to be the happy potential winner chicken dinners.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see where that chicken is going to be running to, whether it's going to cross the road or it's going to stay on the opposite end. But of course, we do for the current time see the players here from Blackjack and Umbra having a little bit of a back and forth, a nice little bit of an exchange coming in there. One of the players there from Blackjack already getting sent back, and now, of course, the teams are slowly starting to make those rotations come in. We do have the players here from Next Level finding themselves alongside the players here from Masters, but both teams still just playing on the high ground, trying to come in from that northwestern side. But this is where a position like we see the players from Myths or potentially even YONKOUS could be quite favorable, right? They have themselves set up a little bit more towards the centralized portion of that zone. And as we see a lot of the teams now start to roll on in looking for those positions, those could actually be angles in which we could see YONKOUS and Myth now really capitalize on those positions. But of course, for the time being, we're going to have the players here from Next Level and of course the Masters looking to just fight for control as we are waiting for that next phase to should come on in. And Sin being quite sinful there with a beautiful blaze down right on towards Azza. And the rest of the team there from Next Level now just looking to close any of those potential gaps.
Absolutely, and this could be a great start here for Masters Esports. If they can get a confirmation here onto Next Level, that's just a little bit of pressure taken out of the count. You know, they don't need to worry about a team running up on the back lines there, and they can just focus on what's ahead of them. Still 16 teams remaining into this one, and still plenty of nades to be thrown to potentially connect towards Next Level Esports, who do currently have one member knocked, but relatively okay. They've got some space to work with here. They just need information as to where exactly Masters Esports are currently hiding. And man, that was close. Fantastic little medkit coming through there, and of course the res coming through. But now here's the question: do they still engage or do they disengage? Because zone rotations still have to come through.
Yeah, I can't disagree with the potential rotation coming in here from them. As we can see, next level now looking to just get the heck out of the dodge and looking to push a little bit further on towards the zone itself. And the same, of course, can be said for the players coming in here from 1 million as well as Zero Tolerance Skills. We also see just sneaking on up, trying to lay down a little bit of a defensive play, but unfortunately for them, 1 million is not anywhere nearby, as they are also still looking to push further and further up in towards the zone. But this is where 1 million needs to be careful, because they are pushing right up in towards Picardo, and this is where Dexter shows us some very interesting parking skills once again. So we've had it twice happen now on screen. I'm not quite sure, honestly, but of course now also going to be waiting for the players here from Intruder Africa to show us what they've got. They are currently positioned in 19th position, as we can see, with only 3 points to their name. So this could be a really great opportunity for them to bring in a few more of those points. But I gotta say, I'm liking this position coming in from Kingerman, but he needs to be careful, because if the players are from 1 million look over in this direction, they could very well put quite a few hurtful shots in his direction.
Yeah, and then the avenue for him to get out is a little bit limited, of course, as intruders are also pulling in on the situation here. So, oh, the beast, we need to be careful when peeking windows. There's some hungry players around the corner here, as all of the players are still desperately trying to get into zone. And I'm seeing still many of the teams actually taking that rotation towards Picardo again. So Picardo might become an absolute killing floor for many of these teams who are desperately just trying to get a bit of cover, get into zone, and hopefully stay safe and sound. Of course, Team Umbra as well in the kill feed, having a good time, just picking up a few kills here and there. And now, slowly but surely, those kills are going to be trickling on in Darkness as well. I don't know, Intruder, they're feeling a little bit of brunt of the action here, and it's not looking good for them, because they desperately need those points.
Yeah, they do indeed need those points, but they got to be quite cautious as to how they're going to try and take this engagement, as we do see Kingerman still holding strong up on the roof, not getting spotted out just yet. But, you know, the pressure is really starting to dial itself in, as we do see a few advances coming in here. Mad Knight now, Kingerman bringing in a little bit of that parkour action, just trying to play to the advantage here, but also trying to yeet himself out the window to fall back into the safety of the rest of the team. But looking at that zone shift, moving so far down to the south, that is quite the turn of events. But of course, the players there from Slime 4KT actually finding themselves in quite a favorable point. Also, the same can be said for the side there of Cryptics. But now, this northern territory is going to be absolutely brutal. And I mean, looking at the possible rotational points these teams could move into, it's going to be quite chaotic, and quite a bit of carnage also going to be finding its way through, as we do see the players there from 1 million now trying to make a quick hastily escape. But unfortunately, 33 is ammo coming through with those hits, and Knight now having to, well, resort to trying to heal up behind the vehicle instead of advancing further forward up the hill.
Unfortunate rotations for them as well. And again, this is where it's really starting to get absolutely chaotic. As we've mentioned, that zone pulling towards the southern side really means that all of these players are in contention, right shoulder to shoulder. Not yet cheek to cheek, DK, unfortunately, but very, very close to it. And Zero Tolerance actually getting involved, throwing an absolute array of bullets down the line, looking to get those confirmations. But so far, some way, somehow, we still have Mad Knight just trying to get involved into this one. 1 million desperately caught in the crossfires, trying to stay alive. And I don't know how they're going to get out of this one.
Ooh, speaking about getting out of it, of course, we have the players here from the Masters now looking to stop the advances of G3. And this is a very healthy approach coming in here from them. Of course, we did see an absolutely phenomenal performance coming in from G3 on our first Miramar. But here we have the Masters now looking to put a quick stop to any of those potential advances. But, well, we still have Flacco and Buden on the map. Not quite sure how long Buden is going to be able to survive. And Flacco is going to be down for the count, well, as a solo, rather. Let's put it that way. Flacco is going to be the last remaining hopeful for the team here. But elsewhere on the maps, we see down towards that southern side, oh, Blackjack getting caught in a very tricky position. They've got 1 million Umbra and Zero Tolerance. But this is now the opportunity for Zero Tolerance to just rake in those points because they are in absolute dire need. Only 2 points currently for them on the board. They need to bring in more if they want to move into that first super weekend.
Yeah, Team Umbra as well, desperately trying to hold on to the line here because they've got a few teams rolling up on the back line. Blackjack Esports down to 2 members remaining and trying desperately to find an angle to work with here. They're still in zone. They still got some cover. They still have some room to work with here. YONKOUS in the kill feed as well, taking unfortunate shots there from Virtual Gaming and not potentially living to tell the tale. We'll see how that one turns out. Here for Team Umbra, they've got beautiful line of sight, not only on Blackjack Esports, but also on Zero Tolerance. And I mean, looking at the rotations that they're holding, this could be a potential blocker for Zero Tolerance to get those points. What are these nades coming through from Virtual Gaming? I mean, give a break.
YONKOUS finding themselves in quite a bit of a predicament here, as it is going to be a relentless barrage coming through from the side here of Virtual. They're looking to pick up those points, and they do succeed as they send off the players there from YONKOUS, and we are now down to only 13 remaining teams. But of course, strangely enough, Chief 3, as we can see them sitting right there at the bottom end currently with no points to their name just yet. And of course, we do know it is down to good old Mr. Flacco there to try and hold his own all the way through. But elsewhere in zone, as we can see, players here from Cryptics holding on towards that northwestern side, having a good controlling angle within those compounds. But of course, Team Myths are going to be focusing their efforts onto the players there from Virtual Gaming, who still have quite a bit of a ground to cover to make it in towards that zone. And we now see Al-Faluji now potentially being left behind. Not quite sure whether or not they're going to try and attempt that race, but the pressure is on as we do have that blue zone starting to close on up, and they find themselves uncomfortably close. But still, 12 teams remain. Let's see whether or not the players here from Virtual Gaming will be one of those 12 teams advancing forward. And Farouk flings himself out of the vehicle. But as we jump forward now, the players here from Mad Knight actually coming right up alongside the players here from Zero Tolerance. You can see Zero Tolerance now frantically trying to hold on. They want to push through. Already 3 points to their name. Oh, with that, make it 5 as they get a beautiful clean sweep on the remainder of the Mad Knight players.
Absolutely huge coming in from the side. And now, if we're looking at it, you know, those kill points are starting to rake in. We're also seeing Intruders picking up points who are also finding themselves in 19th position. So many of the teams that are in dire straits, like Zero Tolerance, like Intruder, are looking to potentially have an absolutely huge game coming through on our second Miramar of the day. These eliminations are picking up time by time by time, and it's huge. This is the biggest point that these teams need. This is exactly what they need to get themselves up on that leaderboard. And DK, there's just nades left, right, and center.
Yeah, it is going absolutely crazy. You can see this northern section of the zone just being absolutely on fire. Action, action, action. It is just non-stop, and the teams are going to continue to push their way on through. But Farouk trying to hold on, trying to hold strong, but the pressure is going to come in as we do see the players here from Cryptics now looking to advance even further forward from that western side, looking to assert some dominance up in towards the north. But with that, Ramsey gets sent up, wrapped up in his gobs, and off he goes. The heads continue to fly on through, and up now comes the pressure as the players here from Intruder are caught on that northern edge. Quite a bit of an exchange, quite a bit of a fight. 4 teams duking it out for this northern region. Blackjack, of course, getting sent away at the hand there of the players from Team Umbra. But let's see. Got quite a few duos and trios scattered throughout the map. But of course, 3 teams rocking in those full squads. Zero Tolerance being one of them. But look at this. Intruder Africa trying to prove a point. And with that, Hemo gets taken right on down. Senke, again on the high ground. A very similar approach that we saw coming through on Erangel. But are we going to see Cryptics now push through and close it all the way up, as we do see Farouk getting picked up? We do have a moment now just huddling up behind the vehicle, trying to utilize that hard cover as long as they possibly can. But of course, Blue Zone is going to be applying its own pressure as it is closing up the zone, sitting smack dab center. Everyone now having to just condense their current positions. Cryptics not going to be looking to budge just yet. They're looking to pick up as many elims as they can, and with that, Intruder Africa having to pack their bags. But of course, look at this, Cryptics continuing with their efforts. Team Misna also getting sent away. 6 teams remain. Slimefork AT, however, now all the way over on towards that southern side of the zone. But look at center zone, SWAT 69. Beautifully perched and positioned there. Umbra alongside them just over on towards that eastern side. But this is where it is going to be absolutely essential to secure a strong position as Cryptic now lose yet another player.
And I was going to say, Cryptics have been so preemptive, so proactive in trying to force the issue for all the other teams. They've been the ones taking the fight. I mean, at one stage, we literally had Cryptics pushing all of the teams out of zone, really putting on the pressure. But now look at this. What are they going to do? They're going to pull up on SWAT 69, getting that confirmation and at least alleviating some of the pressure that they've been experiencing, getting themselves a beautiful spot, right center zone. But, DK, they are literally surrounded.
Yeah, they swatted them right back into the lobby. But of course, here we have the players now from Slimefork AT. We can see down to 3, next level on 3. Oh, look at this, Cryptic starting to rake in those points. Slime finding themselves in quite a difficult position, trying to push up from that southern side. But Umbra just looking to capitalize on the carnage as well as they step up and send the shots on through. Aimer, of course, getting knocked, getting sent back. Here we are, 5 teams left to duke it out for that winner chicken dinner. Zero tolerance looking absolutely fantastic. Umbra also looking pretty amazing. They still have now, or rather they have 10 elims to their name, 4 players left to rock it out. Slimefork AT getting caught in a little bit of a tricky spot right there, but look at this, Marshall going to town once again. Next level now, trying to retaliate, trying to hold on. Oh, but are they going to be able to pull it off? Applying quite a bit of pressure. Umbra now also looking to get a few elims of their own, looking to make it past only 10. Now, will they be able to succeed? Slime, oh, putting up the defensive plays, come blazing through Zeus. Oh, gets put down, and with that, Slime need to go back to the lobby and wait for the next match. 4 teams rather now remain, and Zero Tolerance really stepping up to the plate with this one. Already 8 elims.
And that's exactly what they've been needing. But this is going to come down to if they can survive the fight here with Next Level, who are desperately trying to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works here because they do not want to give space for Zero Tolerance to take the issue further. This also gives Cryptics a little bit of time to maybe reset and regain their numbers. Team Umbra also down to 2 members. So we've got 2, 2, 2, and a 4 potentially from Zero Tolerance if they can survive this coming through from Next Level. But Unknown says no thank you. We've got sprays, we've got barrages coming through and really making this difficult for Zero Tolerance.
Wow, good play coming in here from the side of Next Level, looking to dial it up, but unfortunately Skydo comes through with a pinpoint accuracy, picking up the knock on towards Unknown. It is now up to Alad to try and hold on, but of course that blue zone eating away at their health bars as they fall to the zone. And now it is only 3 teams left to fight it out. It is going to be a 2v2v2 across the board. Gary Boy now taking a little bit of damage as he is rather advancing forward. Here we go. Zero Tolerance trying to wrap around that northern side, trying to play on the low ground, but of course Cryptics positioned right alongside them. Marshall just utilizing the terrain, sneaking on through with those hits, picking up hits. Up goes Morteza, down goes Morteza. Skydo trying to hold strong. Will he be able to make a stand? It is going to be 2 players in favor of Cryptics up against the 2 remaining players. 1 from the side of Umbra, 1 from the side of Zero Tolerance. Will Skydo be able to make this push? Will he survive? No, down he goes. And with that, it goes right over to Cryptics as they clear out the battlefield, and with that, steal in that winner chicken dinner. Absolutely phenomenal performance. Their 2nd chicken of the day.
I was about to say, is this actually going to happen? Is Cryptics going to be the first team today to get a double winner chicken dinner? And they absolutely did. This was the turning point that we were waiting for, and a fantastic opportunity for teams like Zero Tolerance, like Intruder there towards the latter part of that match, picking up points that they desperately need. But here comes Cryptics. I mean, they, like I said, I was worried. They got the information they needed. Now they're putting it into action. Now they're making sure, listen, we've got a bit more, we've got a bit more in our playbook. We've just now opened the black book to the next page, and this is what we've got in store for you.
Yeah, and I mean this is not really surprising, knowing that Cryptics is a team with so much experience, right? We can really see that now coming into fruition here. Already picking up the chicken on Erangel, coming up with a back-to-back chicken right now on towards Miramar. So, I mean, the rest of the lobby kind of needs to step it up, right? They need to try and either beat Cryptics at their game or come up with a strategy to put a halt to those advances. Because if they don't, it's going to be quite difficult to really make a dent. Because, I mean, look at Cryptics. They've just been dialing it in one after the other, just constantly pushing, just utilizing those angles. And even if you reduce them down to 2, they can still hold their own and bring home that chicken. So yeah, Cryptics is going to be a team to watch, and the rest of the lobby better step it up if they're looking to contend against them.
I mean, we were praising G3 Temper for their
Mm.
proactive decisions. You know, they weren't waiting for the zone to make a push. They weren't waiting for the zone to make a play and then try and react to the situation. And that's exactly what Cryptics were doing. I mean, I was literally watching the minimap and there was just a line of Cryptics pushing the teams to the side saying, this is our spot. We own this. Thank you very much. Come again next time. And they did that towards the end as well. You know, they took a little bit of time when it was really chaotic, when zero tolerance, next level were taking that fight. They took a little bit of time, reset themselves, and then they just started picking each and every single team up one by one by one. Ultimately, I mean, it was just a polished performance coming through from Cryptics.
Because I know, like, if we look at what Cryptics brought in the previous map, they came in with those 8 elims alongside the chicken. This time, they look to dial it up a little bit further as well. So, some really strong dominating plays. But of course, we did see quite a few teams trying a few interesting things along the way, right? We did see some interesting vehicle maneuvers coming through there once again. Some, really challenging parking angles. And I think we got to give those parking awards where they are needed. But speaking of that, let's have a quick look at a few of the highlights coming in off the back of this absolutely fantastic match.
And we had a lot of the teams really starting off the action. Of course, we had Masters Esports on the next level, peeking and prodding at each other a little bit. But then when we went over to Picardo, this is really where the numbers started dropping. And 1 million Esports was almost catching themselves out in the open. Perfect opportunity for Mad Knight. And again, I have to applaud Zero Tolerance for making it through all the way to that end zone. They kept getting themselves caught up in a very precarious situation, but managing to keep on pushing, to keep on getting those eliminations and making it through to the final zone. And this is really where we started seeing as well Cryptics pushing all of the teams to the side and saying, this is our spot.
Yeah, just utilizing the terrain absolutely phenomenally. And of course, unfortunately, Lazy Boy taking the knee right there as that nade made its way on through. But look at this, such good angles being utilized here. I mean, Marshall just dialing it up once again. Again, some really good opposition that they are facing here. But I'm quite curious to see how this is going to evolve, as the teams definitely will have to come up with a strategy if they're looking to put an interesting twist on things, right? Because as we've said before, Cryptic's a team with a lot of experience coming in here, and definitely the other teams going up against them will have to find a way to make a stand, because otherwise, it could potentially be a bit of a runaway play. And of course, speaking about that, let's have a look at our leaderboard as we currently see our match ranking here for Cryptics sitting on a 28-pointer. Those 13 elims coming alongside that chicken dinner. Team Umbra also stepping up to the plate, coming in with 12 elims, finding themselves on a very comfortable 22. Zero tolerance. We were hoping for them to step it up, right? We said that they were in dire need of points, and they stepped up to the plate in this match right here, bringing in a beautiful 21 points to their name. And of course, nothing wrong with that. Of course, next level right up there alongside them, we do see Slime Pork 18, Intruder, SWAT 69, as well as the players in from Virtual Gaming taking that 8th position. But of course, it's going to be important to see what is happening on that second page and where the teams find themselves. And, this is kind of the point where if you weren't able to find points, you should start thinking of ways to improve your strategies moving forward, not only in this last match, but also in tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, so I mean, for many of the teams that are losing out on those points today, They're desperately going to have to fight tomorrow. And unfortunately, that just adds a bit of stress. So, for some of the teams that we're seeing, getting close, but not getting quite there, Mad Knight, I feel like they always start off really, really good. They start off with some points and then they teeter off there towards those ending parts. But again, as long as you get yourself in that top 16, you're golden for Super Weekend. And if you can lay a big enough foundation, like we've seen with Lusail Esports, they haven't done anything super, super crazy, but they've been consistent. They've been consistently getting themselves points, and that's why they ended up, I think they were like with 53 points, leading the pack, even though they have not a single winner chicken dinner. And because of that, maybe that gives them an opportunity to, hide a few of the plays that they are waiting to show on Super Weekend. So just get yourself into Super Weekend, and then we're going to sit here with, our jaws open and absolutely just in awe of the plays. And here's the overall standings, DK. So let's actually just go through them and see why the teams are here.
Well, you're talking about awe, and of course, Cryptics coming in with some shock and awe there, as we can see them now just advancing their way up that leaderboard all the way up into pole position on 56 points, 2 points ahead of the players there from Team Umbra. But of course, Lusail, the consistency really paying off for them, and consistency is absolutely key, as we can see them sitting there on a very comfortable 53 points. Of course, next level, hot on their heels there, still having a little bit of a gap to try and close. And of course, Chief 3 Timber, with that absolutely phenomenal performance they had on Miramar, sitting up in 5th place, but they have to still look to bring in that consistency, because the second time over on Miramar, it was a little bit rough. We did see them getting sent away a little bit too early, but of course, there's still one more match to go for them today. Cryptics and Team Umbra wrapping up their 4 games here, as the first day has come to an end for them. But now this is where we look to see what the next page is going to be looking at, because 1 Million Esports also looking good in that 7th place. We did see the players there from Blackjack up in 8th place. A quick sneak peek at that last page, as we do see the players here from YONKOUS, Mad Knight, Triple Esports, and Intruder Africa. This is kind of the danger zone. This is the spot where you do not want to be, particularly moving into our first Super Weekend.
Yeah, you don't want to be on this page. You want to at least be putting your best foot forward, getting into that first Super Weekend, and hopefully be making a splash, because I don't know, for me, DK, personally, if you start off on that momentum train and you ride it through all the way to Super Weekend, imagine now if you're going into Super Weekend as one of the favorites, as one of the teams that got the most, points in league play, that put a really good performance through. You got a bit of a target on your back, but you've got some mad hype behind you going into that Super Weekend. And when that confidence is high and you are running with the best momentum and the best mentality behind you, there's no way you're going to lose that mental game. There's no way, surely, that we're going to be losing those winner chicken dinners. So make sure you're in the top 16. That's all we can say. You've got tomorrow, and you've got the next game. That we're getting close.
No, it is getting close, and sometimes a little bit too close for comfort. But of course, that is our current situation looking at the overall rankings. And as we said before, this is the spot that you don't want to be in. Of course, Mad Knight also wrapping up their night, as it was their 4th match for the day. And all the groups are, as we know, also still participating in only those 4 maps. But what a beautiful play that was coming in from the players there from Zero Tolerance Skill. Looking at those pictures, they look so chuffed and so happy. And I'm pretty sure that is a feeling that they have happening right now, as they had such a beautiful run coming in right here on towards Miramar. And of course, as we know, the last one up is going to be heading straight over in towards Erangel.
Exactly that. And we're going to get close to it. But we've first got a break coming up. So after the break, we're going to come back into the action. And I can't wait. Let's go to break. I want to get into the map quick.
Hello and welcome back. We are getting ready for our final match of today. Of course, it is going to be the fifth match, but it will also be the fourth match for the teams coming in from Group B, Group C, Group D, and Group E. So Group A, they've played all their games for today. Now, we look to see what these teams are going to bring in this final match and who will be the ones to move themselves forward, upgrade their positions on the current leaderboard. And of course, speaking about upgrade, we have to talk about upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, it is the final Erangel, right? Now, we've been talking about this in the break, that we are looking to see the teams currently positioned anywhere from that 12th position all the way down to 20th position to kind of step up, because this is going to be their last opportunity, at least for today, to bring in any of those needed changes. And of course, you pointed this out as well. We were talking about the players there from Zero Tolerance having to bring in some good plays, and they did that. They jumped all the way, as you said, from 20th up into 10th place off of just one single match.
Exactly, and now this is the opportunity for the rest of the teams to follow in Zero Tolerance's footsteps, right? They need to have an explosive game like that to jump up into some good standings, because it's still possible for many of the teams, even if, you know, the final four teams finding themselves in dead last, currently not included in Super Weekend. They have this last game, they have tomorrow to pick up the points, and as we just saw, a beautiful example by Zero Tolerance, you can literally jump from dead last to dead middle. So let's see how that's going to go for these teams in terms of the flight path that we're seeing. I'm sorry, DK, sometimes I have to throw buttons at you, just throw you off your game a little bit. Northern Zone. Oh, Northern Zone. So, I mean, no military base, no Malta power, not even most of Malta. So for some of the teams that have really been favoring those spots, like Next Level, I know 1 million quite enjoys Malta power. Unfortunately, not going to have an opportunity this time around.
Yeah, they're gonna have to work it if they want it. And again, we do see the players there from Virtual Gaming pushing up on towards that northern side, and alongside them, they do have a little bit of company also venturing up on towards the north with them. But this is again where we look to see what the teams are going to be bringing in, right? So Unique making their move again, going for the fight for the control of that Severny region. And this time it makes sense because Severny is a little bit more on towards the northern side, so it could be a little bit more of a safer play to make if the team is looking for that longevity in this match in particular. But of course, if we look a little bit further down towards Chopsticks and the whole Gatka kind of region, that is where we now see the players from G3 alongside Triple, as well as 4KT. We also have a little bit of Zero Tolerance there. And just on the opposite end of Everest, we have the players there from 1 million, as well as Lusail. So definitely quite a contentious region that we have there. A lot of these teams are going to be looking to bring in some of those much needed points.
Yeah, we'll be starting off with quite an explosive game, especially when I'm looking there towards Georgia Pool. And weirdly enough, we were talking about Severny, might be a fantastic opportunity. It's also just going to be the potential rematch when we're talking about, Virtual Gaming and Team Unique, because they had a little bit of their own little splat there, and Spurred was chased down to the ends of the earth. But we'll see how it's going to go this time around. I don't know. From what we can see, where would you say is the best spot for them to really take it through? Because obviously we can take a look, at shooting range, which was pretty much, at this point, barren. But if we're talking about cover towards the end, if we're talking about rotations, maybe Georgia Pool, all the teams moving up from Georgia Pool might find themselves there. So it might be quite a contentious spot.
Yeah, we could see quite a lot of those northern rotations coming in. It's obviously the easiest way to kind of move from where they currently are, right? They could have a relatively comfortable rotation up north. Down south, it is going to be quite challenging, seeing that we see such a large concentration of teams currently positioned there. And, it's going to be important for teams to try and pick up a good position. And speaking about good positions, of course, Buden quickly finding that first Elam right on there. And with that, the players from Triple now loses 2 players. So that was a really unfortunate position for the players there from Triple. But now they still find themselves going up against the side here of Slime 4KT. As we can see, the Angle's now trying to find its way on through Storm. just vaulting in and out of those windows. But Master, he's going to look to try and potentially put a quick stop to any potential escapes here for Storm. But is he going to be able to pull it off? Because he needs to be careful. Fortunately, we do see a bit of that reinforcement now making its way on through, but it's just a serious case of cat and mouse between Triple and, Masters. But with that, down goes Master. Let's see whether or not Framar is going to be looking to get aggressive. No, it does seem like he is looking to rotate away. And that could actually have been an interesting play had he chosen to move towards Storm. Seeing that Storm is super, super low with regards to that health bar. But a good call either which way. Now we look to see what the rest of the lobby is going to bring, right? Because now they have that chance to kind of just reset themselves a little bit and get themselves set up for the next zone and the next play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for Storm, he wouldn't have had any cavalry to work with. Their teammates all rotating in. We can see that also happening with, super young stars who still find themselves there towards the southern part of Promosk. They still have to make a far rotation in, but for the likes of Slime 4KT, they are surrounded, but all congested towards that northern side, also still trying to move into maybe a little bit of a better position as that looting phase is, of course, still continuing. Are we seeing more parking happening here with the sale? Yeah, it was looking close. It was looking close. I thought we were going to have our third parking incident of the evening, but for the rest of the teams, it's starting off a little bit weird here. So Triple, of course, finding themselves there between G3 and 4KT, losing those players. Now, once again, starting off the game almost immediately with a solo. How do you translate that through to the rest of the game, especially since you're in such a horrible position for Triple Esports? They need those points. They were one of those teams in those bottom four slots, not looking too good for Super Weekend. So now they're going to have to put all their chickens in a coop for tomorrow's games, hope that tomorrow is going to be going well, and it's a huge gamble.
Yeah, chickens especially. Like if you're playing with chickens, that is quite a gamble. I mean, I prefer chickens over chickens, but yes, either way, whatever floats your boat, it's gonna be an interesting play. But definitely some interesting positions we see the teams now starting to move into. All right, already zero tolerance, taking a good position atop the hill here. But we were looking at the players from G3 just a few moments ago, and that position they find themselves set up in towards is also going to be absolutely essential right there in Cube. Looking to see a few of those rotations coming in from that western side. We still have a few teams having to venture up, but I think zero tolerance, the current compound we see them situated in, could be one of those contested spots. And also, if they decided to maybe venture a little bit further up north, just a little bit further away, there's also another compound that is usually quite contested. So I'm curious to see what their decision making is going to be on that one. But for the time being, the team's still kind of respecting the space. Everyone just trying to rotate themselves up into a good position. Of course, players there from Unique taking a little bit more of a calculated approach all the way over towards Stolber, up in that far northeastern angle, or the far northeastern region rather. But this time around, Twix from SWAT. That's what happens when you try to mix up all the words and all the names, right? But yeah, definitely we're not seeing any strange parking this time around. The teams, they've got their stuff a little bit more together this time around, right? They want to be able to utilize those vehicles a little bit longer, take them a little bit further. And of course, you can see the players here from Slime now rotating down south, following the road. They do, of course, have the option to explore their options, but not quite sure what they're kind of aiming for on that one.
Yeah, they've taken quite a weird rotation. I was going to mention it, like all the way from Yasnaya, basically all the way around, just towards that edge of the zone to Gatka, who now they've got an opportunity to set up here for, of course, Super Young Stars and Triple Esports, who are just ahead of them, who might also be running into some contention here, because I believe Super Young Stars should be able to see Triple, at least the solo from Triple, who will unfortunately have to jump out and potentially take a fight or two. So maybe 4KT are looking to, just keep towards that outer edge of the zone and pick up a couple of kills as the rotations are coming through. Now look at this. You were talking about Team Unique making a bit of a calculated move, finding themselves in Stolber, and they're going to be the first team, one of the first teams to find themselves in a beautiful position for that new zone. And again, those rotations that we keep seeing coming through, I mean, Lusail is doing it well. They're using positions to get themselves points every single round. And now I feel like a lot of these teams might be doing the same, hopefully with those early rotations coming through.
Yeah, and of course, the players there from the Masters could find themselves in a quite a predicament, right? So they are currently situated smack dab center zone, but they also have control of those compounds. So if they're able to defend them well enough, they could be quite satisfied with that position, particularly moving through into the next phase. But this is where we see a lot of the teams now starting to venture back further in towards the zone. We've got the players here from G3 as well as Zero Tolerance. Both teams rotating up side by side, of course, passing right alongside the players there from Virtual Gaming. We can see one shot now. Just tapping away, trying to see if he can land anything over towards the players there from G3. But this could be quite an interesting engagement coming through between Zero Tolerance and G3, as both these teams are situated a little bit further up that leaderboard. But G3, as we can see on the screen, currently situated up in 5th place, are able to find a few more of those elims as they make their way towards them. Zero Tolerance currently holding up in that 10th place, already one member down. Are going to be looking to maybe just get a little bit of a stronghold, a bit of a fortification happening there, but some beautiful shooting coming in there from Hates as he sends it across right on it towards 6. And already Nacho and 6 down. Buren and Flacco, they need to be right on top of the game in this one.
I mean, Zero Tolerance is literally running on a high on that momentum train we were talking about, from literally jumping from dead last up into that 10th position here. So if they can now take out the likes of G3, who, as you said, is in 5th place, who have done so well today, they are literally just packing on those points and getting themselves a beautiful, peaceful spot for tomorrow, taking away as much of the pressure as possible. And Hates as being absolutely disgusting with this game coming through the smoke. I mean, come on, you don't see what we see. How are you doing this? Now it's all down to Braden, who has to hold the line here, who has to go, I don't know, what do they do here? There's 3 knocks that have already been happening.
Well, as far as what we've seen from Buren already, right, he is quite capable of coping under immense amounts of pressure, and Zero Tolerance really not backing down on that one. But yeah, Hates just comes dialing in, and with that, kind of closes it up right there for G3. And well, you know, it's sad to see them go, but an absolutely beautiful play coming in from the side here of Zero Tolerance skills, really stepping up to the plate. And of course now Unique starting to venture in a little bit from that Stolber side, moving up right behind the players, as we can see the shots starting to find their way on in. Next level getting caught in the crossfire, but it's not going to be a stop for them just yet, because we do see the players there from Blackjack as well as the players from the Masters positioned just up ahead of them. So there could be quite a bit of fighting, seeing that the zone has now centered up particularly on that region. So this western side is where things are going to start heating up quite a bit, as we still have quite a few teams having to rotate in on that western front. And of course, the players there from Virtual Gaming are going to be one of the first teams to push in from the west now.
Look, I feel like the zone is really favoring Team Unique right now, because it just keeps moving closer and closer to their position. They are in absolutely beautiful positions here to hold the line. They've got some momentum to work with. They've got some real estate as well to hold. But now it's going to come down to all of the teams really just congesting that position, desperately trying to find an angle. As you mentioned, this is going to get absolutely chaotic, because we've seen many times before teams getting those early rotations, getting themselves into a fantastic position, and then they get swarmed. They get absolutely just overwhelmed with the amount of teams that are rushing into a potential spot here, to a potential hold. And if we turn our attention here to YONKOUS, who are just watching all the cars flying past, trying to pick up something or other, we also get confirmation that Triple Esports is out for the count in Team Myth right now. What's happening here?
Yeah, je ne sais pas, right? But here we go. Of course, now beautiful play coming in from the side of YONKOUS, just sneaking those cheeky shots in, as Myth now Moment gets caught out in the open. Unfortunately, it is not the most ideal position to be trying to kind of bring in any strategic plays, but well, let's see what they're able to do with that. Of course, now just hunkering down, trying to survive as the onslaught continues to roll on through. The players here from YONKOUS not going to be backing up, but you know, we were talking about it, we were looking to see whether or not the players here from YONKOUS are going to step it up, and it does seem like it is exactly what they are looking to bring into this match.
I love it. I love to see this proactive play coming through because, again, if you're finding yourself towards the bottom of those standings, you've mentioned it, DK, you can still finish strong after this. You can still have a fantastic position taking yourself into the next day of league play. So that's all going to come down to how are these decisions going to be going through. And Team Myth going to be taking that rotation out for the count, maybe just past zero tolerance here. But for many of the teams, they are starting to be picked apart. We're down to 14 teams just purely off of these rotations coming through. And that's a lot of damage to be taking into the next zone. And then you still have to reset yourself and get ready for the absolute onslaught of teams trying to find positions.
Yeah, it is going to be quite important, right? The positions, as we've seen time and time again, absolutely key, right? But now, up comes the Masters looking to rush in onto one of the unfortunate players there from the side of SWAT 69. And with that, we can see the knock now finding its way on through. So SWAT reduced down to only 2. But this is what we currently see with the current situation on the leaderboard. The teams relentlessly fighting and having to bring in an absolute beast of a performance, particularly if you find yourself on that lower end of the leaderboard. So there's still hope for the likes of YONKOUS to just advance themselves up that leaderboard. And the zone now continuing to just focus on towards the players there from Unique. SWAT 69 not looking too great, but either way, the zone will not wait for anybody, as we do see the teams now starting to reposition. Myth coming in from that western side. Unique holding smack dab center, but YONKOUS still in play. But this could be a little bit of a worrying position for both Zero Tolerance and YONKOUS, as they kind of have to get their butts back up in towards zone, right? There's only about 15 seconds or so remaining on the clock, and we can see that counter now just flying on down before the big bad blue zone comes swooping on in. So will this be a good play now for YONKOUS to come in and rake in a few of those much needed points? We'll have to wait and see. But meanwhile, players there from Virtual find themselves right up alongside Team Myth.
Oh, and Broly this time around is going to be caught on to just have to wait for Moment, who's going to be just doing it all, going through and getting the confirmation they're onto one shot. Now they need to turn their attention here towards Petrox and Zeus, who have a little bit more cover to work with here. And Aunt as split apart. What are these shots coming through? Beautiful connection there from Petrox, who now might be taking the designated driver strat here, getting closer and closer towards Broly, trying to not give them any sort of space to move or to maneuver and get that reset going. There's still plenty of nades at play here, DK.
Yep, definitely quite a few. And that is part of the the meta coming in on the Africa region, as we do see them at times being quite heavy with those utilities. But of course, Palucci now trying to sneak on up at Moment, just laser focus with that spray down. Zeus now trying frantically to set up the cover, maybe even obscure the vision there for the players of Myth. But I mean, Moment, beautiful high ground position. They can just bring in so much carnage alongside Ramsey there. But let's see, will they be able to close it up? Look at this. Zeus comes thundering in with that Mach 14, just blazing in. Switched it over into automatic. I mean, that is the beauty of these DMRs, just ripping us through everybody. But unfortunately, it is not gonna be enough, as Virtual Gaming now have to pack their bags. And Lusail using this opportunity to reposition themselves, sneaking up right alongside the players here from Myth.
And they're holding that northern side of the zone, so they've got a little bit of space to work with here before the rest of the teams are going to get into zone and look to take a part of the real estate. So they can have an opportunity now to either start picking apart Team Myth, but they might want to use that just to get into a better position, because we've seen, unfortunately, some of these teams not having those opportunities to really start picking apart the teams. Slime 4KT also feeling the brunt of the pressure here alongside super young stars right now, who have nades flying past their face and who are just trying desperately to survive. But Gaddafi has got a beautiful nade just pelted into the perfect zone, but not quite yet connecting. Zero young stars, I mean, they're still alive into this one.
And there's still quite a bit of space left in this map, as we can see. That zone now shifting up and really kind of forcing the hand of the teams being relatively spread out. But now there's not much time for that anymore. So they have to now prioritize rather getting themselves set up, particularly looking at where the zone is shifting. There's only going to be so much hard cover that they could utilize. But Blackjack, of course, now having to face off against the players here from Slime 4KT. But Slime also now trying to pick up a few hits over towards the team there from Intruder. We see just positioned off in the distance, also having quite a bit of ground. Fortunately, only half of the team is on the edge of zone, but this is a beautiful opportunity now for Blackjack to get themselves reset, get those health bars into the optimal position before, starting to think of a way to get back into zone. They're not that far away. As we already see, they do have a bit of an anchor point set up, but now they need to kind of just reposition and set up for this assault coming through onto the players here from Slime 4KT.
And what's amazing for Blackjack Esports right now is they are actually holding Slime 4KT out of the zone. They, as you mentioned, they're right next to the zone. They have 2 steps and then they're in safety. But Slime 4KT, who do they have to go through to get into that safety line? Right through Blackjack Esports, who have the cover, who have the ridge line, they have the visibility, and they can actually gatekeep 4KT out of this final zone, depending on how these nades are going to be shifting that vision. And there's absolutely all the smokes you could possibly have on this map right now being thrown down, trying to give 4KT a little bit of space to work with, but that does not block the bullets that Reverb is trying to throw through. Just barely Aimer going to be sneaking on in and just literally grazing the hairs on his head. But now right around the corner, here comes Blackjack Esports trying to get that confirmation, and it's going to come through for them. 2 more players left here for 4KT as that confirmation comes through, and they still have to get into zone, DK.
Yeah, and that is the first point on the board for the team of Blackjack, and so much more to go as we are down to our final 10 teams. Of course, Blackjack still on the defensive play here, looking to put a bit of a hold to the advances coming in from the players of Slime. But look at that, Zeus and I believe that is MG, positioned right there alongside each other. Up comes the nades. Could it be a devastating blow? Does seem to have avoided most of the players. Some really good dodgeball skills coming through here, but the stakes couldn't be any higher as Slime now continue to apply the pressure. They want to get that foothold within the zone. Blue zone not leaving them with any other options, but the pressure's going to be on. And again, center zone entirely open, but a lot of fighting now going to be erupting on these edges. We can see up towards that northwestern side as well. But look at this, Plaza going to come through with a quick sneaky shot, but the Reverb not the one to be discounted here as he comes rushing on forward and closes it out as the players there from Slime, having to just lick a few wounds as they now get sent away. And with that, we are down to 8 teams, but up comes the pressure over on towards that far western side as the zone has now taken an extreme shift to the east. Unique looking good, still 4 players up, but up against them, they do have the players there from Lusail, and of course the team coming in from the side there of Myths as well.
Yeah, the solo from Team Myths right now, hoping that they're not going to be counted as collateral damage here with the crossfire of all the teams around them, trying desperately to find an angle here and to pick up a couple of kills. Lusail staying active once again. They need to now, though, rotate into zone because that zone pulls all the way to Intruder. So unfortunately, they're going to have to finish up this fight as quickly as possible and focus into getting to safety here. Intruders as well, they've got most of the position here, so Team Unique, yes, they're doing some fantastic work here, but they need to hurry up. Now pushing that line there towards YONKOUS with the added pressure, trying to get the confirmation, but of course everyone picking apart each other bit by bit, and even the solo from Team Myths is picking up kills just before they get confirmed out and back into the lobby.
Yeah, Chico getting Neek at the knees there. Weak at the knees. Well, Neek at the knees. Yes, that one. There we go. Making me words as we go. And of course, the teams are going to be looking to blaze their ways on through as the players here now from Unique positioned up on the high ground. Not within the zone, but that does not stop them. They are going to just continue the relentless effort right down onto the players there from Masters. Of course, Unique having a good play. Still having all 4 their players up. In fact, the only team still rocking a full squad. Now let's see whether or not they'll be able to keep it all together and continue to push further and further forward. Of course, Blaze here from Intruder, currently sitting on a collective 7 elims for the team. They are looking good. Still got 3 players up, but are they now able to capitalize on their positions? They still have the players there from Blackjack coming in, and Lusail getting sent back as the shots rain through. And with that, we see the kill feed slowly but surely starting to light on up.
Yeah, it might calm down now as all of the teams are just taking a look at what the cards they've been dealt with here. And for some of the teams, I mean, looking at Lusail, looking at Team Unique, half of Team Unique is still not in zone. They have to get themselves a little bit closer there and hopefully find themselves a little bit of an angle here. So Masters Esports also, unfortunately, with the solo as well as YONKOUS, who've just been confirmed. As I say that, Masters now looking for Angelo to hopefully hold the line here, but Team Unique are hunting through the smoke. A little bit of back and forth here from Blackjack Esports, who come to Angelo's rescue, but also confirm Angelo out for the count. So we're down to 3 teams, and it's fairly even if we're taking a look at it. Team Unique have an opportunity now to get that res coming through, so they have the numbers advantage. But look at that zone. It is pulling all the way up to Intruders.
I mean, Intruder Africa really have the advantage with regards to positioning within the zone, right? Unique have the numbers advantage, and of course, Blackjack, well, they position down in towards the south. Not quite sure if they have any advantage currently where they are situated, but of course, all 3 our remaining teams are in a position where they are able to leverage their current position. How much they will succeed in doing that, we have no idea, but Unique, looking at their position, they need to be super careful because they could quite easily slip and fall down the side of the mountain. Intruder on the opposite end is going to look to make it quite difficult for any advances to come through from the side there of Unique. As we can see those beautiful utilities getting sent right on in. That grenade just finding an absolutely beautiful point. Let's see now, Rauf looking to apply even more pressure as he now comes rushing on forward. We see Chills and Winky on the front line, looking to set up those smokes for potential rotation to come on through, but up comes Rauf, rushing forward, down he goes. Beautiful hits as Winky steps in. She just nails those coffin hits down on towards them. But up comes, Hemo. Will Hemo be able to get the job done? It is going to be a 1v1 between Blackjack and Intruder. And of course, now Winky quickly trying to bring those numbers back up into fighting form. Unique still having all 4 players. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to get those last 2 raised up in the nick of time. Of course, Blue Zone not going to be slacking off with the pressure, continuing to push the teams further and further forward. Winky now sending up the mollies, trying to clear it up, but unfortunately, Hemo is so far away. Blackjack now coming under fire as the Blue Zone moves on in. It is down to Lalouche for the side of Blackjack to keep it all together and maybe sneak in a cheeky chicken along the way. But let's see, here we go. Winky and the rest of the players from Unique now getting ready to push, apply the pressure, rushing forward. Unfortunately, Intruders still having to make a bit of a play here, utilizing the smoke to their best ability. But for how much longer will they be able to do that?
Yeah, you've got Team Unique, you've got Blackjack Esports on the ridge line, so they've got a little bit of cover and a beautiful line of sight towards Intruder as soon as that smoke fades. And now it's going to come down to the snaking games, just slinking along in the grass where Intruder is looking to take the fight. And of course, we've got the solo from Blackjack Esports coming through and finding that one remaining kill. And DK, this is going to be so difficult.
Oh, up comes Winky to close it out. With that, it is signed, sealed, and sent right on back. As Team Unique walk away with a beautiful chicken. All 4 of their players still up and able to go. And of course, a beautiful 10-point victory coming in for the side there of Team Unique. Absolutely phenomenal performance there from them. And a really well-deserved chicken. We were waiting to see them step up and put some much needed points on that leaderboard, and boy, did they deliver on that front.
Absolutely. I mean, within minutes, within seconds, we just witnessed an absolute carnage on the map. I mean, I still thought we were going to see a little bit of, reset coming through from Team Unique. Not the case. They took the perfect opportunity to push forward, getting that final confirmation onto Weiss, and then bam, we're done. We've got a beautiful new winner chicken dinner. And I mean, for some of these teams, especially the teams that were looking really in dire straits on those standings, they started picking up some really good points. So, I mean, looking good for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, definitely quite a challenging position in which we saw that zone kind of closing up towards the hillsides are always, quite a formidable force in and of itself. And having so many teams in the vicinity really puts these teams to the test, showing their skills and showing us what they can do. And I mean, the players there from Team Unique just rising to the challenge, stepping up, coming in, managing to hold on to all four of the players. It was close a few times where we did see two of their players getting knocked right on down, but they were able to utilize those ridge lines, just use it to their advantage, and with that, make quite a strong stand all the way through to the very, very end. That's kind of what we need to see. We need to see teams really coming strong, coming through rather, with some strong performances, strong plays. We're reinventing English along the way as we go, but that's okay. It's nothing new really, but definitely some really impressive performances on this first day. And I mean, this makes me so excited to see what the rest of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa is going to bring onto the battlefield, as the teams have really brought in rather some really phenomenal performances just on the first day.
No, exactly. We started off with quite an explosive start, or maybe quite a cautious start. Let me rather start it there. And, some of the teams are filling out the competition, trying to get a good idea of, okay, how is this going to be, going? And then we had some very surprising starts. But I feel like as we continued the day, that those kill distributions really started to even out a little bit by bit by bit. We still had, the heavy hitters like Cryptics coming through with the double, winner chicken dinner. But we had a little bit more of a distribution. Whereas when we started, it was one team gets the winner chicken dinner, one team gets 15 or 16 kills. Where's the rest for the other teams? So I feel like, again, the competition is slowly but surely, getting up to that level. So tomorrow, I'm not sure. I feel like tomorrow there's still a handful of teams that I'm waiting for a winner chicken dinner. I don't think it's limited to the winners we saw today. I feel like there's still plenty of teams that are getting so close, and tomorrow might be that tipping point.
Yeah, of course, we're going to be hopping into a few of the highlights in this final match of the day. I mean, it's an absolutely phenomenal PUBG coming through once again. I mean, this is what I like to see. Teams stepping up, showing us some dynamic performances, some really, really fantastic shots. And I mean, Hate just up at the top here, just causing so much carnage onto the side there of G3 was absolutely fantastic from the side there of Zero Tolerance. But I mean, we saw that kind of happening across the board. The teams just taking it up a level. Every zone we move on through. And Yash, unfortunately, getting caught in between a rock and a hard place, a very uncomfortable position to be put in there. But definitely we did see those shots coming through. But of course, don't forget about the players there from Virtual Gaming. They also just kept on, trying to advance up. Unfortunately, getting caught in quite an exposed play, but they made it all the way up in towards and position up in towards this fourth phase. But up again, missteps in, and they said, "Thou shalt not pass." Stops any advances right there. And some really, really interesting plays coming in across the board. And, we were talking about how the level is being pushed up further and further. And I mean, this is only day one, right? I do think that we're going to be seeing a lot of advances coming in as the teams kind of get settled into the flow of the PMPL Africa.
Yeah, as they're getting, accustomed to the players that they're playing against, as they're getting accustomed to these teams, we're going to see a lot more crazy, chaotic, absolutely phenomenal plays coming through. And once again, we're getting down to these final moments. Teams are really putting in the clutch plays. I mean, we had Angela from RTG Esports somehow, some way making it up to fourth place. And I mean, with the absolute insanity that was the nades that were being thrown today by Intruder, Team Unique unfortunately had such a difficult task ahead of them. But come hell or high water, we still saw them rise above and head towards Intruder and Blackjack Esports. They made it work. They came through absolutely with the most insane amount of damage, and they made those confirmations happen. They made sure they were the ones to take that final winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and it was absolutely beautiful to see all of that happen. And I mean, this was day one, right? Day one, done and dusted. We can tick it off, say it is in the bag. But now, tomorrow is going to be a very, very important play for a lot of these teams, right? And especially the teams that are finding themselves a little bit closer towards that lower end of the leaderboard. It is going to be quite essential for them to bring in a really strong performance tomorrow, right? I'm not going to be saying that they should bring in their best play because I know that they are kind of saving it for later, right? But still, they have to bring in a really strong and good play if they are looking to make their way up into the first Super Weekend. Of course, right on screen, we can see our current match rankings. Team Unique taking a beautiful 25-pointer. 10 of those elims coming in. Of course, Intruder Africa also stepping it up with their own 10 elims. And as we look down the rest of the board, it is looking very healthy, right? We're
Mm.
seeing at least the top 6 teams finishing on those double digits, and some pretty impressive elim numbers coming in as well.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, just that distribution getting slightly, a little bit, bit by bit, better and better and better, which means the teams are staying active. It means they're also being proactive, getting those kills in, picking apart each other bit by bit. We saw that happening, with Masters Esports. We thought it was just Team Unique that they had to face off, but no, Blackjack Esports jumped into the party as well. And I mean, the top 3 looking fantastic again. I love that we're seeing such a wide variety of teams making it into, let's say the top 8 as an example. The top 8 is constantly changing. There are a few outliers that are making it at least somewhat consistently, but it does mean that there's a good spread of points, because we want to give every single opportunity for these teams to shine, and we want to see, of course, we'd love to see all of them in Super Weekend, but that's not going to be the case. Only the top 16 are going to go through. So that line ends with Triple Esports currently. We still have the entire day of tomorrow, obviously, well, not the Triple Esports, but we'll see at the Master Rankings later. But if you're in those final 4 spots, tomorrow is
Yep.
all that you got.
Yeah, and it's going to be a pretty hot day, I got to say, because, the stakes are going to be pretty high. As we know, Super Weekend, that's where it's at, right? The points count over towards the teams that could be moving up in towards the finals, but also we do have those rewards coming in for the chickens that are acquired during the Super Weekend. So as we look on to our overall standings, Lusail being able to hold on to pole position with their 63 total points, a relatively decent amount of elims coming in. Of course, the players there from Cryptics, we already saw them securing those 56 points at the end of their last match. And of course, Team Umbra hot on the heels. But again, look at the consistency coming in from Team Umbra, Cryptics, and Lusail. A really good balance with regards to positioning and, of course, those elims being brought up to the table. So I'd like to see a little bit more of that being brought in from the rest of the teams, and there's still enough time for all of that to kind of be worked on and kind of polished out as well. But again, some really good numbers on the board, as we can see, all the way down to that 8th place Slime 4KT sitting on 34. We got Unique on 36, 38 for 2 teams situated up in that 5th and 6th place. And of course, as we have a quick look at our second page, this is where we can see things are still very much neck in neck. I mean, Masters, Intruder sitting on 31 points apiece because Zero Tolerance hot on their heels. The same, of course, can be said for 1 million, as well as the players there from the Young Stars. And also, it is looking pretty dang close between Darkness, YONKOUS, and of course, the players there from Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, 1 point difference, it's not much. I mean, we've still got an entire day tomorrow of games. So when you look at that, 19 points was the threshold, right? Team Myth starts with 18, 17, 10, 9. Again, we saw this with Zero Tolerance. They had one game that took them all the way from 20th to 10th. So it's still very, very possible. And somehow, some way, I was still right. The line, unfortunately, is ending with Triple Esports, but not where they would have wanted it. So Team Myth, SWAT 69, Mad Knight, and Triple Esports tomorrow have the most pressure starting us off on the day, because they need to be the ones to get the points. Otherwise, they're not going to be included in the first Super Weekend, which would be heartbreaking. Of course, we all want to see you in this first Super Weekend. It's a fantastic start, and like you said, those winner chicken dinners get really tasty on Super Weekend.
Oh yes, they get a nice little sprinkle of some fancy spice on top of that. But survival of the fittest. Only the strongest teams in the first week of league play will be able to make their way into the first Super Weekend. So as we saw, things are still pretty dang close if we look at the current positioning of the teams on the leaderboard. So I do expect a lot of changes to still come through tomorrow. I mean, none of these positions are currently locked in. Yes, it has been a pretty dominating play coming through from some teams, but Still, it is nothing 100% certain just yet. It is not a given. We don't exactly know who will be our 16 teams moving through into that first Super Weekend. So it is going to be absolutely exciting to see who the teams will be tomorrow to step up to claim those chickens. We've had such a beautiful spread. Lusail coming in with their one chicken. We've got the players there from Cryptics picking up to G3, getting that absolutely fantastic chicken over on our first Miramar. And then, of course, we had the players there from Team Unique closing off the day with an absolutely fantastic one. And we've seen quite a bit of a pattern also coming out. All the teams that finished off with the chickens finished strong with all 4 players still up and running.
Yeah, so I mean, it really became a pattern towards, especially we saw it so clearly as day and night towards those last few games. I mean, Team Unique is a very good example. Cryptics is a very good example as a full team pushing those teams into corners and making sure that they were the last standing teams. So I'm loving what I'm seeing, and I'm hoping that we're going to see that pattern continue tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, some absolutely fantastic stuff yet to come on in. And I think with that, we also just want to say a big thank you to all our sponsors involved with the PMPL Africa. Now, that is Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for PMPL Africa. We also have the Oppo Reno 6 there. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. And also a big shout out going to Nimo TV, the official platform partner coming in for the PMPL, and absolutely fantastic stuff across the board. And with that, we want to say a big thank you to everyone for tuning in. And we know it's a little bit late, but you know what? That's just the way it goes. We said the first PUBG Mobile Africa is going to be an exciting one. And, we've got to add in a few different elements to that as well. But with that, a big thank you going out to everyone, of course, everyone tuning in, the teams. You guys have been absolutely fantastic on this first day. Look forward to seeing some even more insane plays coming in right tomorrow. And of course, well, you know where to find us. Same time, same place, and hopefully even more PUBG Mobile action. So see you guys right back again tomorrow.